Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a special meeting of the Planning Commission. We are on our regular day, but as we're beginning tonight at 6:30, this is technically a special meeting. Could we please have the roll call?
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Here.
Commissioner Pastor?
Here.
Commissioner Raskin?
Here.
Commissioner Reese?
Here.
And Chair Landris.
Here. Thank you, Jing. David Martin, Planning Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sean. Good evening, Commission. Waiting for the slide to come up. So the July 21st Planning Commission meeting is canceled, so this is the only meeting of the Planning Commission this month. August 4th is the next meeting. There is a conditional use permit at 1640 14th Street. The consent calendar has resolution of intention for the housing element implementation and the 2300 Wilshire conditional use permit application for a medical use in the building where Trader Joe's is located. And then under discussion items, we have the draft housing element EIR, as well as the promenade visioning. And that's to present the Commission with some of the concepts that a group of promenade property owners and others have come up with to try to help the promenade attract more tenants and kind of recover from COVID and other things that have been difficult. City Council actions on June 22nd. Council approved the annual budget. The positions that we were seeking were approved. So again, thanks to the Commission for your support on those. We've got an assistant planner position, a senior plan check engineer, and a what was the third one?
Permit specialist.
A permit specialist, yeah. So all three of those were intended to help with the permit processing. We also got approval to hire a park planner. So that's very exciting. And then finally, the department also got approval for 2 code enforcement officers. So we'll be working to get those positions on board as soon as possible. And again, thanks for the support on those positions. At the June 29th council meeting, the council appointed a new council member, Lana Negretti. And then upcoming council items on July 13th, the council will review the demo contract for parking structure 3. That's the structure located on 4th Street between Arizona and Santa Monica. And then they will also have a discussion about housing priority for historically displaced households. And then housing element updates. I think you all are up to date on what's been going on there. The draft of the housing element was submitted to HCD on July 1st. So again, monumental effort on behalf of Jing and her staff, and again, obviously a lot of work on the Commission's part, but to get that done in kind of record time was really amazing. And so this starts the 60-day review period. And then I know we have housing element discussion on the agenda for later tonight if there's any other things that you want to talk about. And I think with that concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions, Commissioner Fresco? Or is that your announcement?
No, I have a question actually about the promenade visioning. Is this a new promenade visioning based on the new unexpectedly terrible circumstances we're in, or is it just kind of picking up on the thing we were doing before?
It's new. So DTSM created a committee made up of property owners, residents, and also hired a consultant. So MIG is working with DTSM. So they've been meeting for the last few months, and they'll be making recommendations that we'll present to the Planning Commission and then ask for your input, and then we'll go to City Council later in August. Pretty quick turnaround. While this effort specifically is new, it does feed off of the work that was done through Promenade 3.0. So as I know the Commission was involved in that. So as you recall, there was a lot of discussion about, physical improvements to the Promenade, code changes that we could implement to make it easier for certain uses to open. So this is much more focused on the latter. So we're not really talking about, changes to the Promenade itself, and it's not a major infrastructure project, but it's really more about what can be done quickly, what can be done in terms of code changes that, again, will try to stimulate some activity and help to lease some of the empty buildings down there.
Cool. Thank you.
And and just to add to that, I would say, as you all recall, when this body took up the question of extending the fast food restrictions, a number of commissioners voted in favor of that solely on the condition that it come back to this body for a broader discussion about equity, inclusion, and access on the Promenade. It's my understanding that this agenda item will be responsive to the Commission's requests for that, insofar as I understand that some of the folks involved are thinking about those issues as well. So, but I hope that will be the case, because certainly that was an expectation for many of us. Are there other questions for David? All right, let's keep going. We have some planning commissioner announcements. I know there's one pending, so I will turn it over to Commissioner Fresco.
This is my annual notice or celebration, if you will, of our city's birthday. We will be 146 years old since our founding on Saturday at 10:10 a.m., which is when the original tract map for the town of Santa Monica was filed with the city clerk. 5 days later, there was an auction on the bluff near Broadway, near the site of what the Santa Monica Hotel. They sold many, many lots. It wasn't hyperbole this time. They actually did sell them, and the town got off to a rip-roaring start. So I just wanted you all to recognize that moment that got us all here.
And just for our own edification, Commissioner Fresco, did anything else happen on July 10th in future years?
There were a few really notable things. For example, Marcel Proust was born on July.
Right. Uh-huh. So you're keeping mime on the fact that it's also your birthday.
Yes. I said Marcel Proust, not Marcel Marceau, but yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Marcel Proust. Well,
yes,
yeah, memory and a Madeline. What can I say?
I was also born on July 10th. It's true.
So we wish the city of Santa Monica and Nina Fresco a very happy birthday. And any other planning commissioner announcements? All right. Well, I will now turn to the usual. As the airplane is departing from the terminal, please put your seat back in the upright position, and please note tonight's procedures for public comment. We accepted registration for oral public comment by phone through the pre-registration system noted on the agenda. And before I say the next sentence, I want to introduce our interpreter for this evening, our translator, Elizabeth. And Elizabeth, I'm going to read 2 more sentences and ask you to translate them as well. Actually, 3 sentences. Registration for oral comment closed at 4:30 p.m. today. If you are a member of the public who registered for public comment, please check your email for call-in instructions. Those instructions were emailed at the start of this meeting. Elizabeth?
Buenas noches.
Are you with us?
Yes. Ok, buenas noches a todos. Queremos decirles que sus solicitudes para hacer comentarios cerró el día de hoy a las 4 de la tarde. por favor revisen las instrucciones que han de haber recibido por correo electrónico para que puedan hacer sus comentarios.
Terrific. Thank you. And written comments received up until noon today have been read by the Commission. Comments received after 12 p.m. today will be considered part of the record of the proceedings, but will not be posted online with the Planning Commission's agenda, might not be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and will not be read aloud during public comment during the meeting. As a reminder, the moderator chat function in BlueJeans is for technical help from administrative staff only. It is not for public comment. The Commission cannot see what's posted in moderator chat, and comments will not be forwarded to the Commission or entered into the record. So that's really for technical assistance only. We have no minutes. We do have one statement of official action. Are there any additional ex parte disclosures for item 7A? All right. And seeing no ex partes, let us now go. We do have some registered public comments. So we're going to go to the public comment for item 7A right now. And I just want to let everyone know, I'm going to make this speech a couple of times tonight. We have a lot of public comment tonight. We want to encourage everyone to be heard. We want to encourage everyone to be heard as briefly and as clearly as possible. And we also want to let folks know that if you have requested Spanish translation, Elizabeth is here. The procedure will be, because you're entitled to that translation time, time will be called for all speakers at 2 minutes. If you've requested translation, you'll have the opportunity to be translated at the 2 minute mark by the translator. So let me now ask Melissa to open the roll.
Okay, please just give us one moment because we did open up the public caller queue a little bit ago, and we have about 100 callers tonight who are all trying to get in the queue. So we're trying to identify who is for 7A. So just one moment, please. We're looking to see if they're here yet.
Okay, if you're here for 7A, raise your hand so we can see you. No, I'm just kidding.
Do you need to have translated what you just said into Spanish about requesting translation?
Yes, Elizabeth, while Melissa is looking for speakers, would you mind very much clarifying, we're going to let that people who are speaking in Spanish will get to speak for 2 minutes, and then their time will be called, and then you'll be able to translate them.
Informarles a las personas que van a requerir traducción de su comentario, que tendrán 2 minutos para hacer su comentario público. Y luego se otorgarán otros 2 minutos para que la intérprete pueda hacer la traducción de su comentario.
Thank you. And as a reminder to everyone, we are down to 2 minutes tonight because we have so many speakers. So again.
Okay, we do have one of our speakers for 7A is with us, if you would like to start with that while we wait for the others to join.
Sorry, one more thing. Sean, can you clarify what we're doing, or can the city attorney clarify what we're doing when we consider a STOA? Perhaps it would be best for the city attorney to do that.
The attorney, yes, exactly.
I would be happy to. So you have already taken the action on this item. You have already conducted a public hearing that was noticed and received public comment and reviewed all of your evidence and made a final decision. This is simply a record of the proceedings. So what you are voting on this evening is to determine whether or not the STOA accurately reflects the action that was previously taken.
So Heidi, could we change what the outcome of the decision, or could we change the conditions if they accurately reflect what happened? Can we make any changes to the STOA?
No.
That's something that can be considered tonight.
Not this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our public comment.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Jonah Breslau on behalf of WIN, the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, and Unite Your Local 11. Just wanted to thank the Planning Commission for your decision, which stopped the creation of an entirely new provision in the zoning code to benefit a single company. Even beyond that, and relevant to today's agenda, the Planning Commission rejected the Oceana Hotel's attempt to change its original conditions of approval in order to open its hotel restaurant to non-guests. We appreciate that you upheld the principle that rules are created for a reason and that the public good should be upheld over the private interests of developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers for 7A?
Yes, one more just joined, and it is Cesar de la Cruz, and he has requested interpretation. Hello, Cesar, you are off mute, and you and the interpreter have 4 minutes for comments. Elizabeth, please stand by.
Mother's final interpretation. My name is Cesar de la Cruz, and I work for Unite Here Local 11. I just want to, the hotel never served for an alcohol in the general public, only to the hotel guests. Thank you for keeping it that way. That is important, and we are strong and clear rules. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do not yet see any other callers for the item. Oh, actually, no, we do have one more popped up. Gloria Gonzalez. And Gloria has also requested interpretation. So Elizabeth, please stand by. Welcome to the meeting, Gloria. You are off mute. You may provide your statement.
Ok, mi nombre es Gloria González y he trabajado en el Proper Santa Mónica Hotel por 2 años.
Well, my name is Gloria Gonzalez, and I have worked at the hotel for 2 years.
And anybody else here? Because I can't.
I think we lost her.
Okay.
Okay, we'll wait to see if she comes back.
Do we have anyone else?
Yes, we have Lupe Stevenson.
Okay.
And Lupe, okay, did not request translation. So hello, Lupe, you're off mute. You may provide your statement. You have 2 minutes. Hello, Lupe?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. My name is Lupe. I've been working at the Santa Monica City for almost 30 years, 10 years at the Lowe's, 5 years at the America, 2 years in Casa del Mar. And I've been working 21 years at the Miramar Hotel. And for me, it's been hard to see these new companies that try to take over and ignoring the people they live in Santa Monica and the people that come from far away to work in Santa Monica to try to making the rules and try to get everything. And they don't even think about these poor people. They don't even think about the Santa Monica. They just want to be rich and forget about it who is behind those guys. So I don't support the Oceana Hotel, and I don't support whatever they want to do. This is from my opinion and from other people behind me. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, our next caller is Claudia Aguilera. Claudia did not request translation. Hello, Claudia. You are off mute and you're live in the meeting. You may provide your statement. 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Claudia Aguilera. I work at Unite here as an organizer, local 11. And I think it is not correct to write new laws in order to benefit one developer. Thank you for rejecting the proposal for Oceana Hotel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Ligia Rivas, and Ligia has requested interpretation. Welcome to the meeting, Ligia. You are live, and you have 4 minutes for your statement with interpretation.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ligia Rivas y trabajo en Lowe's Hotel en Santa Mónica como recamarera.
Hello, my name is Ligia Rivas. Hello, my name is Ligia Rivas, and I work at the Lowe's Hotel as a roomkeeper.
Los trabajadores de la comunidad de Santa Mónica han luchado durante años para proteger el acceso a la costa en el Shore Hotel.
The workers and the community of Santa Monica have worked to protect the rights of the workers.
Una pregunta, yo quiero hablar sobre el artículo 9A. No sé si ya es tiempo que ya hable.
Okay, I have a question. Can I talk about Article 9A? Can I ask about this right now?
No. We're on item 7A, so we'll need to. If she's speaking about 9A, she'll need to wait.
No, ahorita estamos hablando de 7A. Si quiere hablar del 9A, va a tener que esperar.
Ok, entonces espero.
Okay, then I'll wait.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Without objection, we'll let this caller speak again on 9A. Any more callers for 7A?
I am looking through the list. I think we are done with 7A.
All right. Well, with that, let us. Oh, Commissioner Raskin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say very quickly for the record that the reasons and the basis for which we voted are articulated more fully in the transcript of proceedings for that specific hearing. And the reasons, I hope you all understand that the reasons for denial, as stated in the STOA itself, are a summary of proceedings.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. We will we'll take up the roll call now.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
I abstained since I wasn't there for the hearing.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Chair Landris.
Yes. All right. So once again, for those who are listening, our vote tonight was a confirmation of the decisions that were taken at the meeting at which the matter was heard. So the vote tonight is a vote simply to confirm the statement of official action, and the official action that was taken was that the conditional use permits 20 ENT 0237, 21 ENT 0090 were denied. All right, we will now move on to item 9A, which is 21 ENT 0116, a requested text amendment, and 19 ENT 0397, conditional use permit for 1515 to 1525 Ocean Avenue and 1532nd Street. Let us now go to ex parte disclosures. And before we begin those ex parte disclosures, can I just ask the city attorney, because I believe, did some ex partes at the April meeting where this was continued, Do we need to rehearse those, or do we do everything since then?
You may remind the public of those, but you are not required. It is what has transpired. Although you didn't actually, did you make disclosures prior to?
I just don't remember exactly. So for the sake of
then anything would be applicable. Would be the safe.
So I'm going to ask everyone, if you think you made ex parte disclosures for April, then we'll go with your memory. If you don't remember, please disclose everything to the best of your memory and record keeping. All right, we'll start with, let's just go down the row here with Commissioner Fresco.
I actually don't remember what happened back in April, but I can remember that on Friday, I had a call from some of the representatives of Local 11, and we just spoke for maybe 10 minutes about the project.
So if I may just clarify, so to the extent you don't remember, if you disclosed and you have disclosures that pertain to prior to the April 21st original hearing date, please disclose them tonight so that we have a full record as possible. You did not hear the matter at all on the 21st, so it's not likely that you engaged in ex parte disclosures on the 21st. So to the extent you had ex parte communications prior to April 21st, please disclose them as well this evening.
Okay, I didn't, for that, the continued meeting, I didn't have anything to disclose.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes, on April 30th, I met with the hotel, with the applicant at the hotel at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I walked the site and I saw all the spaces that are the subject of the CUP tonight and the proposed micro hotel, and I spent a couple hours with him. I've also had numerous email exchanges between Jim Kahn over the past few days. He represents CLUE, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And then prior to the last hearing, I had numerous conversations with Abby Arnold, who I'm not sure who she was representing, but we discussed the case. And that is all I could think of.
All right, Commissioner Raskin. Commissioner Pastor.
Okay. On March 25th, which I think is before this was ever agendized, and I didn't even really know that it was coming up. I stayed at the hotel, having nothing to do with this case or anything else, and I walked around all of the spaces of the hotel, including walking by where the Second Street Cafe is and the courtyard and some other things. I have had numerous emails from Mr. Farzam asking me to come tour the hotel, asking me to do a state visit. I responded on several occasions. So I had an email on 3/24 from him. I responded on 3/25, and I was not going to be at the April hearing. I also got another email from him on 4/27, where he also asked again for me to come visit the hotel. He followed again on 5/15. I'm just looking at all my emails here. I asked him, I told him that I wanted to understand what the entitlements were. Before I did anything, he asked me again, I think on 5/10, to come visit the hotel. I said I had been out of town, but I would be at the hearing. Today, I had a conversation with Sherry Bonsdale from Jeffrey Mangles, who is the applicant's legal representative. She also then sent me 2 emails. One was about the Coastal Commission decision, and one is about the insulation in the room. And I have forwarded all of those emails to Melissa to put in the record.
All right, Commissioner Raskin.
All right, I've got a few, so bear with me. All right, on April 6th, I had a Zoom call with John Farzam, and before that corresponded via email to set that up and to discuss the project. On April 15th, I had a telephone call with Danielle Wilson. On April 19th, I had another Zoom call with John Farzam, and subsequent to that call, exchanged emails regarding the project. On May 10th, I had a telephone call with Danielle Wilson. On June 4th, I visited the Shore Hotel, met with John Farzam, toured the sites that are the subject of the conditional use permits and the proposed hotel rooms on 2nd Street. On June 30th, I spoke with Cheyenne Roy over the telephone. And on July 1st, I spoke on the telephone with Danielle Wilson and Jonah Breslau.
Okay, and Commissioner Reese.
I think it was the Friday before the continued hearing. I had a very brief call with the newly hired attorney for the project, Bonsell. And that is my only conversation that I had with anybody about this project.
All right. Okay. Now I've got a very long list, so please bear with me as well. Okay. So what I am seeing here is that I have scheduled Zoom meetings with Mr. Farzam, and I'll go back to the meetings, April 14th and 15th. I have those notices. There was a notice that was received by every commissioner, and I believe I forwarded it to Melissa on May 25th. That was an email. I don't think planning comments was CC'd. And I have 2 scheduling emails for Mr. Farzam on July 2nd. We scheduled time. And then here's how the actual meetings went. On April 16th, 2021, around 11 o'clock, I met by Zoom with Mr. Farzam to discuss the project, microunit sites, context precedents, and additional amenities. On April 16th, from 3:30 to 4:10, I met with Danielle Wilson of Unite Here Local 11, David Pettit from NRDC and Lane, Jonah Breslau from Lane, regarding to their opposition to the amenities changes, and a request for clarification regarding the obligations to the city. On April 19th, I received an email from Tara Barauskas advising me of local opposition to the project. On April 21st, I had a meeting with John Farzam and with Darren Laureano, their land use consultant, related to procedural options, the variance that was at the time before the commission, and a question regarding the EIR. On April 21st, I had a conversation with Kathleen Rawson regarding hotel room street activation and EIRs. On April 21st, Jennifer Kennedy advised me of her opposition to both the variance and the CUP. And then on on June 28th, I had a phone message from Shai Roy and a follow-up conversation with him on July 3rd, expressing opposition to the project. On June 30th, I had an email from Anastasia Foster, which I forwarded to Melissa, expressing opposition to the project. On July 2nd at 11:12, I watched the video from Revitalized Shore Hotel, which I had also forwarded to staff. On July 2nd at 11:30, I had a phone call with Jonah Breslau from Lane and Danielle Wilson from Unite Here Local 11 regarding the project and their continuing opposition to the amenities. On July 2nd at 2:10, I had a conversation with Kathleen Rawson regarding microunit hotels in Santa Monica, mentioned the Shai Roy conversation, and on July 5th, I had a Zoom meeting with Mr. Farzam and Ms. Bonsell regarding the location of the microunits, the nature of the request for the massage services, and the status of the limited amenity status of the hotel. That is, to the best of my note-keeping, a complete list. So, yes, Mr. Reese.
Sean, you reminded me that I also spoke to 2 representatives from the unions about their opposition on this project. So I wanted to get that on the record too.
And
you reminded me that I had a couple of texts today with Kathleen Ralston about downtown Santa Monica's position on the project.
Okay. I want to say we have received, I want to say this for the record. We have received so much correspondence. I believe that I'm speaking for the entire commission when I say that we all have done our very best to forward everything that constitutes an ex parte communication to Melissa for inclusion in the record. We've been overwhelmed. So I will say that for myself. I've tried to check the sender and the recipients on every email that I've received to make sure that it was going to planning comments or otherwise routed to staff. I'm assuming that's the same for everyone. As we're in this meeting, I am seeing like notices of emails still coming in. So as a reminder, folks, we're not reading those emails. The deadline was 12 p.m. But we'll just continue to forward what we get. If it's not, please CC planning comments if you still have something to say. With that, let us now turn to the actual matter before us. And what I would like to say up front, I just want to give you all a kind of a roadmap to how we're going to do this tonight. I had a long meeting with Heidi to go over to sort of procedural matters. We will, as is standard, we have a text amendment request. We have conditional use permits requests. We will hear the staff presentation and questions. We'll do questions of staff. We'll have the applicant presentation. We'll take questions of staff. We have 87 callers registered, 26 of whom are requesting translation. And so we will hear the public comment. We'll then move to applicant rebuttal, and we'll go to the commission's deliberations. Because there are many moving parts here, what we're going to try to do is break up the conversation into the constituent parts of what's before us, right? We have a text amendment request, and the conditional use permit is actually 3 separate use permits. It's a alcohol permit on 2nd Street in a proposed cafe. It's an alcohol permit related to a restaurant space on the site, and then there's a massage services permit. So what I'm proposing that we do is that we go in order we'll do those items one by one. We'll take straw polls on each of those as we have our conversation, and then when we get to the end of our conversation, we'll take motions to proceed based on our straw polls, and we'll go from there. But this will actually give staff the opportunity to keep up with us because, as you know, we're trying to do our STOAs the same night as our hearings to avoid situations like what just occurred, and we need to give staff the opportunity to keep up with us. So are there any objections to that roadmap before we launch into it? Terrific. All right, so with that, I see Scott, and looking forward to your presentation.
Excellent. I'm glad to be here. The day is here. The day has finally arrived. Anyway, I'm going to share my screen so everybody can see my presentation. And I'm hoping you're seeing that. Everybody can see that okay?
Yeah, we see you.
Okay, perfect. Great. So just for the record, my name is Scott Albright, and I'm a senior planner in the City Planning Division. And this evening we'll be discussing the Shore Hotel applications, which would be case numbers 19 ENT-0397, as well as 21 ENT-0116. The subject address is 1515 Ocean Avenue, as well as 1530 2nd Street. What I'd like to do is, hearing that there's 87 members of the public who'd like to participate in this hearing, is hopefully be very brief in my presentation to you, but give you a thorough, at least a somewhat thorough understanding of the case. I think we have a staff report, obviously, that you've all read, but I just want to make sure the public is aware of the little intricacies of this particular application. So I intend to do a little bit of an introduction and summarize the requests. Then we'll talk about the milestones that have occurred with this particular site. Then we'll briefly touch upon each of the project components. Again, as the chair had indicated, there is a text amendment as well as some amendments involving conditional use permits. There's a few housekeeping items that we have to bring to the attention of the commission as well, and then I'll conclude with a recommendation. So I think everybody's obviously familiar with the Shore Hotel. This was a project that actually began in 2005 when this was applied for, and here we are in 2021. It is located within our downtown core district within the Ocean Transition Zone. The entire site, which really has frontage along 2nd Street as well as its primary frontage along Ocean Avenue, encompasses about 45,000 square feet. The existing hotel itself currently has 164 rooms, and it's about 45 feet in height. There's a 4-car subterranean garage that services the hotel, and that has space for 284 vehicles. Because of its location within downtown, any of the additional floor area associated with the project, the micro hotel component, is not required to be parked because of its, again, location within downtown. So there are a number of entitlements that are associated with this. There is an existing operational conditional use permit that would be amended to accommodate each of these. So the big portion is, of course, the micro hotel portion, which would be 14 rooms and up to 34 beds. There is a text amendment concerning the ground floor height that is necessitated in order to allow that unique compact design that is really the signature of this type of hotel use. The additional amenities that would be added and the operational conditional use permit would be amended as well include a 580 square foot cafe also along the 2nd Street frontage. And that's noted. There's a map on your right-hand side of your screen that kind of indicates where each of the project components are located. So the micro hotel portion, again, is located along 2nd Street and is denoted with the letter A. The cafe space also along 2nd Street was denoted with B. There's the hotel operational CUP would also be expanded to allow a restaurant with entertainment, and that's going to be located more towards the central portion of the hotel, the existing hotel, more geared towards the Ocean Avenue frontage, and that's denoted as C. And then there's a request to expand the operational CUP to include the massage services, which would be held throughout the hotel. There is not going to be a specific dedicated physical space to this. This is more something that could occur probably as an in-room service. Just to remind you that this is a continued item. Back on April 21st, we had prepared this to be a public hearing, and at that time there was that variance that was required or requested for the ground floor height. And since that time, staff has worked with the applicant to reconsider the variance as necessary, and we've moved forward with the text amendment. So in terms of just a little bit of the milestones, this provides, again, this has been in process for 16 years. And again, that this actually began in 2005. A couple of the things that really are of note is that when this was approved by the Planning Commission as well as the City Council on Appeal, back in 2008, there was this added provision which identified all of the hotel amenities. And anytime, it was very specific in saying that anytime those amenities would be altered, it would significantly altered, it would require approval by the Planning Commission. So that kind of brings us here for those added amenities, such as the restaurant with entertainment, the cafe, as well as the massage services. You'll note that in December of 2013, in this timeline, the hotel did pay the city actually about $1.211 million. And what that does is by payment of that fee, that would relieve the hotel of any local affordability accommodation requirements. The city does have an ordinance that requires if you're going to be removing affordable hotels, you have to replace it with affordable accommodations. But they also allow a payment of a fee as a mitigation measure to do that. So back in 2013, the applicant, the hotel, did in fact pay that fee. You'll see that there's been the timing and the sequence for the approvals with the Coastal Commission is very unusual. Typically, the local jurisdiction gets to weigh in and approve a project, and then it is forwarded to the Coastal Commission for their consideration. In this case, it went kind of in the reverse, where the Commission actually took action in December of 2019, with the coastal development permit actually being issued in September of 2020, so just last year. And of course, here we are in June 2021, or it's actually July. Sorry, it's July 2021, and we are in consideration of the text amendment and project as described. One of the things I want to just remind the Commission is that the actions of the Coastal Commission really don't have any bearing on your ability and to have an independent decision based on this hotel, and you would base that on local requirements as well as local findings. So regardless of how the Coastal Commission acted, that does not influence the way you may act this evening. So I think a big, the largest component of this particular project is the creation of the micro hotel component. Again, it was a proposal for 14 rooms with up to 34 beds, and these would be designed in a very, very unique setting. All the rooms will have all the basic amenities, so what you're seeing on the screen here is the typical floor plan layouts on the right-hand side of your screen. Is the typical room layouts, if you will. So you'll see that all of the rooms would have what you would expect in a typical hotel room, the bed, the sanitary facilities, as well as the bathing facilities. It's just, in this design, it's done in a very, very unique, compressed fashion. You'll see in the section that's in the lower left-hand side of your screen, that kind of cuts through both elevations of the hotel. So there's two rooms that will be, or this cuts and shows the upper floor and as well as the lower floor. It's kind of configured to maximize its spatial arrangement, and it's unique in that it's kind of like a puzzle in that the pieces have to conform and certain things have to be located adjacent or above or below other things in order for this really to work. You can see that, for instance, like all of the beds would be on a platform. So that would actually reduce that height, because that becomes almost, it's technically considered the ground floor, or the height of that floor level. So that's where it has this unique, almost Tetris-like effect when you look at it in this section. And you can see that there's a staircase that's indicated. So really the portions where the public would be just moving about in a room, they'll be of standard height, so they're not going to have that compressed conditions. It's more about where the conditions of the beds and stuff will be situated is what's creating that unique low floor height. Let's see. Just wanted to certainly reiterate that this is a fairly unique concept. It's been happening throughout the United States as well as other countries. All of this will be reviewed by our Building and Safety Division, and we will not issue a permit unless of course, it meets all applicable building, safety, and fire codes as well. So I just want to make sure that the Commission it's understood to the Commission and the public that this is something that will meet all building and fire code requirements. Generally, in this particular case, and that's indicated in the rendering on your upper left, this will really have minimal effect on that existing facade along 2nd Street. Generally, this is an interior type of construction. There may be some alterations to the fenestration, the windows, or some of its the glazing, but generally it's going to maintain that height that's apparent now along 2nd Street. So initially, this came forward as a request with a variance associated for that ground floor height of 6 feet 3 inches. As you may recall, in a prior staff report for the April 21st hearing, staff had recommended denial of the variance, and without the variance or some type of relief from this, the micro hotel component would not work. So after discussions with the applicant staff and staff, staff thought that the best way to move this forward would be to go through a text amendment process. And what this would do would not only address the specific requirements applicable for the Shore Hotel and its scenario of creating this micro hotel component, but we hoped, and we think it will, be kind of an incentive for the rest of, to incentivize creativity in terms of lodging throughout all of downtown. As we all know, tourism is a very big component of the local economy, and this could really positively affect some of these storefronts where we have vacant storefronts that have resulted due to these changing retail habits as well as consumer habits. So by introducing this relief, we're hoping that other hotels or operators may take advantage, and we could begin to see some of these vacant storefronts being occupied with hotel type of uses. You'll see that there was some language that was proposed by the applicant, and that's indicated in the upper box. Staff has reviewed this language, and we've kind of made some suggested modifications. Really, our goal, again, is to, there's a couple things. We wanted to make sure that there's this assurance to the public that anything that's done will meet Article 8, and Article 8 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code that's the building code, and all the making sure that anything would meet those requirements. And also, so this would be an amendment to the Downtown Community Plan, and the Downtown Community Plan is a specific plan, and it has kind of a unique function to not only outline and declare like a desired and a dream for downtown, but it also describes certain objective development standards. And what staff was concerned about with the initial language that was presented by the applicant is that this would be located in a section that has very, very clear and objective development standards. So there's a definitive distance requirement. So it's something that's very, very tangible. We were concerned that if you begin to introduce some language such as provide diversity of lodging types, it becomes a little bit more subjective. And we didn't think this was appropriate for where this would be located within the Downtown Community Plan. So we have suggested this language, and I'll summarize that towards the end of my presentation. So the other component is the introduction of three. So again, we'd be amending, this proposal would amend the operational conditional use permit for the Shore Hotel, and it would add a cafe along 2nd Street. This cafe would be about 500 square feet. This would be a conversion of existing floor area, and it would seat nine folks, generally in the outside along the public sidewalk. What's associated with this request is a beer, wine, and distilled spirits. That's a Type 47 alcohol license. So that was part of the request. The cafe itself would help to activate 2nd Street with its outdoor seating. As you're all aware, this space has been vacant really since it was constructed back in 2012. There's been a couple little temporary uses and operations that have occurred in there on a TUP type of basis, but nothing permanent. There has been also other proposals for restaurants, but nothing has really come to fruition with the space. Another request is for this restaurant with entertainment. Again, this would be located within the central portion of the hotel adjacent to the courtyard. It would convert what is an existing breakfast room, breakfast amenity space, if you will, into this restaurant with entertainment. Again, it would also have a Type 47 license, alcohol license, so for the alcohol service would be provided. as a restaurant with entertainment, it would be restricted in terms of what can go on. It would allow certain dancing and live music and certain things under strict conditions that are outlined in the municipal code, in the code sections that's noted on the screen. Anytime they exceed those, they would have to come back to the city with a request for a condition to amend the conditional use permit to allow a bar, tavern, or nightclub, so that it would all of a sudden elevate that space into that bar, tavern, nightclub. So at this point, however, this is just a restaurant with entertainment and would be subject to these requirements. And then the final piece is the addition of the massage services. Again, if there's not a designated spot within the hotel that would be solely for the massage services, is something that could be maybe as an in-room service, or possibly even setting up a tent or something on the subject site somewhere. So again, that's the additional. So this would be an amendment to all of the hotel's operational CUP to add these various components to the project description. So just in terms of a couple of housekeeping items, and staff apologizes for this oversight. In your findings in the draft statement of official action, there's a couple things that were just call them inadvertent admissions. But in finding A, the hotel uses, it still has a reference to a variance, and so that language would have to be altered to obviously reflect text amendment approval, so you can see that there. Finding E and F, it's very, very long description, but basically these are findings in support of the request to modify the operational CUP. And what E does is really begins to focus on the compatibility of all that is being proposed in light of its location within that ocean transition district. And then F takes a little bit more broader and focuses on the compatibility of the use in terms of the downtown neighborhood. So those findings are these three are inadvertent admissions, or just some needing to update the draft statement of official action. With that, I'm going longer than I thought I was going to be, but so our recommendation to the commission is to adopt a resolution of recommendation. Again, so this is a text amendment, so the city council would be the ultimate decider of this text amendment, but you would be forwarding a recommendation to the city council for their consideration. Staff is recommending that you forward that or adopt that resolution of recommendation with the draft language that's noted on the screen here, and this is the reflection. This was reflected in your, we had issued a supplemental staff report, and this is what is a reflection of that. And in addition, we are also recommending that the operational conditional use permit be modified to include the creation of the micro hotel, which consists again of the 34 beds and the 14 new rooms. And this will occur in the converted and within new floor area. We're recommending the conversion of floor area to the cafe. We're recommending the conversion of floor area to the restaurant, as well as the ancillary massage services. So I think I will stop at that point, and I will stop sharing my screen, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and certainly we have other staff members here, so we'll hopefully be able to answer all your questions.
Thank you, Scott. Before I go to questions, I just want to observe that the current draft STOA that is on the website still has the incomplete finding E and finding F. I think for the benefit of the public, it would be very helpful if that STOA could be updated as soon as possible. I think there's plenty of time before we're going to vote, and so if it's possible to get that up for public review, that would be super helpful. I am going to unusually, and please bear with me, folks, exercise a little bit of a privilege of the chair and ask the staff, the planning director, and the city attorney to give us a rundown on condition 10 of the 2008 STOA. I think we need to hear very clearly from staff what the city's position is with respect to the standing of condition 10. So if I could just ask for that, really as an extension to your staff report, I'd be very grateful. And if we could see it on the screen. Because that is the original low amenity condition. Helpful to hear you talk through.
Right. So the original condition 10 reads in part that the on-site provision of a restaurant, bar, conferencing facility, spa, florist lounge, or similar amenities may be determined by the Planning Commission or Director of Planning to constitute a hotel amenity, resulting in a change in character of the limited amenity hotel that would be subject to Planning Commission approval. That is the condition under which the original CUP was approved under and agreed to by the applicant. So the subject of the CUP amendment request before you tonight, there are actually 4, which is basically expanding the hotel amenities to hotel operations. One is the addition of 14 micro hotel rooms. Secondly is the conversion of existing floor area. This is on the 2nd Street side of the hotel for an ancillary 9C cafe. Third is the conversion of existing floor area in the Ocean Avenue side, if you will, of the hotel, and it's about a 1,700 square foot conversion of existing floor area to restaurant with entertainment. And then last is an expansion of the hotel amenities to include ancillary on-site massage services. So that's a comparison of 2000. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
All right, can you walk us through the last sentence of condition 10?
The last sentence?
Mm-hmm.
Let me grab that.
And how it relates to what's before us.
Yeah, sorry. You happen to have that handy, Scott? I just had sort of the excerpt, so.
I mean, I can read it, but
I'm sorry. There it is. I got it. Yeah.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah, I got it. There it is. The last sentence. This condition does not apply to the project's ground floor commercial space fronting on 2nd Street and Ocean Avenue, which shall be governed by the zoning ordinance's use regulations.
So, just for our clarity, what are we deciding with respect to the cafe? Is it the alcohol or is it the actual existence of the cafe? I really just want to get clarity on what we're deciding about.
Yeah, again, because the cafe is part of the hotel, so with respect to the cafe, again, that's an additional amenity that wasn't listed on that list, as opposed to like a separate commercial use, if you will. Because I think what might be potentially confusing about the original CUP is that there was a distinction, that there was very specific distinctions between restaurants, for example, where Blue Fate Taco is, right? Like that is completely separately operated on its own, has nothing to do with the hotel. And then there are amenities that are hotel operated, and that are under the guise of the Shore Hotel umbrella, if you will. So.
Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, I need some more clarity on that. So, sorry, looking at that last sentence, why is it that the 2nd Street Cafe is not a ground floor commercial space fronting on 2nd Street?
Because it's a hotel, it's operated by the hotel.
But what would have been a ground floor commercial space fronting 2nd Street? So are you saying
any other use? Yeah. So one thing to remember is that originally, as proposed, that 2nd Street side was meant to be just a separate commercial space from the hotel. What's being proposed is to bring that space into the hotel operations.
But But under your rationale, let me just make sure I understand this. If that cafe was run not by the hotel, would we have jurisdiction over it under this sentence? That's what I'm confused about. I understand that like Blue Pay is a separate building. In the original approval, it was a separate thing. But let's say that.
So if they had come in, so if you recall,
if we want to open a cafe on Second Street, fronting Second Street.
So previous to this application, there was a prior application the Planning Commission approved. I don't think you were on the commission at that time, but there was a restaurant actually that was just separate from the hotel, that applied for an alcohol CUP, and so it wasn't subject to this particular condition because it was just a separately operated thing. Now, if the cafe had come in and said, we just want to open a cafe on Second Street and it had been, just a separate base, I don't think it would be implicated by this condition. Does that make sense? But because it's being brought forward as part of this application as an amenity that is operated by the hotel, it is captured within this condition.
Okay, so under this scenario, if Starbucks came in and they said they wanted to open a cafe fronting Second Street, would they have to come in and seek our approval?
No.
If Starbucks wanted to have alcohol, would they have to come in and seek our approval?
Depends on what kind of, whether they meet our, we have different alcohol pathways, I guess. So sometimes you need PC approval, sometimes you don't.
Okay, but that's, okay.
John, I have a quick question. About that. Jane, my understanding.
Leslie, just one second. I just want to follow up on Elisa before you ask your question.
That's what I was going to do.
Okay, go ahead.
My understanding from the applicant is there will be a vendor brought in for the Second Street Cafe, that the hotel will not be operating that cafe.
Right. The issue is, and this is the clarity that I want to get, is if the applicant, because at the time there was an application before the Planning Commission in 2016 or 2017, the applicant was not the hotel. There was actually quite a long record of people asking about the relationship between the two entities, but it was very clear that the applicant was not the hotel. In this instance, the applicant before us is the hotel, and so the operator of the cafe would be a subcontractor of the hotel, and therefore it is being treated as an amenity. Otherwise, so conceivably, the commission, we don't know what's going to happen tonight, but if the commission does not approve that particular amenity, there is nothing to stop an independent applicant from coming back to the commission and running the same, or coming back to the city and running through the same process. Is that correct, Jane?
That's
yes.
correct, yes,
That's
because they would be separate and we would not have to expand the amenities for the hotel.
Okay. And I have a follow-up question on condition 10. I'm going to ask this because I feel like we need to. The planning director it is clear to me, it's clear to me from condition 10 that a restaurant, alcohol permit, everything we're talking about in terms of space build out absolutely is an amenity in the sense that, we're talking about construction and build out of space and things like that. The planning director seems to have made a finding, as is provided for by condition 10, that massage services, independent of any built-out space, are an amenity. Can I just have confirmation that the planning director has formally made that determination and that is before us as such?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is there a basis for that determination?
So the reason for that is that the applicant has represented that the massage, while you're correct, massage could be, is a permitted use in any zone. In this case, again, the CUP was approved as a limited amenity hotel. The applicant voluntarily agreed that it was going to be a limited amenity hotel. And what has been represented to us in the application is that this is a massage and ancillary massage amenity. It's a hotel amenity that could occur anywhere on the hotel campus, that could very well be arranged through hotel staff on behalf of a guest. It's different than if a guest, called someone by themselves, had someone bring their massage table into the room. In this case, they're offering it as a service, representing, as a service for their guests. So that's why, it's part of this application, as an additional amenity.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for indulging me, and we can just go to Commissioner Fresco for questions. You're muted, Nina.
Can you come back to me? Sorry.
Sure. Okay, so Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you. I just want to confirm with staff what you said, and that is that in terms of the actual space layout of the micro units, that is subject to building and safety and the building code, correct?
Absolutely.
It's really not our jurisdiction.
Correct. So we will not issue permits unless building and safety, fire, everybody's comfortable with this.
Okay.
We're going down a unique path for the city, of course, but it's got to be done safely.
I guess the other frustration, I don't know if others share it, is there a definition, or is it purely subjective what a limited amenity hotel is? I mean, for me, a hotel without a restaurant is strange. So is there guidance for what a limited amenity hotel is?
Our code doesn't have anything that's specific right now, in terms of what constitutes limited amenity.
So it's purely subjective.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Do we have a definition of a luxury restaurant, which is the concept being passed around among the public who are concerned about this? What is a luxury restaurant?
We have a definition of a restaurant.
Again, that's
but not luxury.
Okay.
Right.
And I think we talked about this today, but who enforces the rates on the moderately priced units?
So, sorry, I missed some of that. But so that's a Coastal Commission requirement. So they are required, per the Coastal Commission, the CDP provides 72 moderate rate hotels. I think it's $150 not to exceed $150 for the first 3 years. That is going to be monitored by the Coastal Commission and its staff. When they paid the fees to the city, they no longer had a local requirement to have affordability.
So again, the Coastal Commission will monitor that this is in compliance.
Correct.
And just to affirm, there are actually more market rate rooms in this building than there are moderate price, right?
Yes. Yes.
So this text amendment applies to existing hotels downtown, correct? That may want to convert their first floor into what's happening here. I count 2 other hotels, the Carmel and the 7th and Wilshire. Can you think of any others? I don't want this to be a spot zoning situation, because it's not, because there are other hotels downtown.
And it could be, it could be applied to other storefronts as well. I mean, we could have an operator come in and just say, we'd like to establish a hotel. We would have to get a conditional use permit, and you would have, but you would have jurisdiction over that conditional use permit. And this is just hopefully providing that flexibility.
I understand. So this could be any existing building with an adaptive reuse as a hotel.
Yes.
Right. Okay, and then finally, is the Shore Hotel currently out of compliance with any city requirements that you know of? Not
that I'm aware of.
Okay, and if they fall out of compliance with this, if the CUPs are granted tonight, there, I assume, is some remedy for either getting them in compliance or pulling the CUP or doing something to make them behave, correct?
We have a code enforcement staff who will do their jobs.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Pastor.
But let's say, are you asking, like, let's say that the city council ultimately denied the text amendment. Are you asking what would happen, right? Because they would then be out of compliance with their CDP.
They'd be out of compliance with what the Coastal Commission approved, but that's our prerogative. So we don't do the CUP for the micro units until the text amendment. It's dependent on that.
Right, but that would then be enforced by the Coastal Commission, not by.
Right.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is a Scott question or a who was around in 2008 question or a Heidi question, but is there any evidence anywhere that having these types of amenities in a hotel makes rooms more expensive or somehow creates a luxury hotel?
I'm not sure of the correlation between cost and amenity. And I'm not sure what the thought was back in 2008.
Okay, so the applicant has not presented, to your knowledge, the applicant has not presented any evidence that with these amenities, it won't create a luxury hotel. That was a terrible sentence, but okay. And Heidi, given that this is an existing approval, and given that the findings are fairly clear that the original intent was to have a low-cost accommodation without amenities, is it the city's burden or is it the applicant's burden to show whether or not the amenities create a luxury hotel or somehow change the low-cost nature of what was approved?
Sure. So I think there's a couple concepts happening. So the first concept was, as Scott explained earlier, was the city's obligation to either replace low-cost lodging hotel rooms or pay the mitigation fee. And so as Scott explained, the applicant chose to pay the mitigation fee. The other concept is this condition 10, where the applicant, as the planning manager explained, voluntarily agreed to these low-cost amenities. So what is before you this evening is a request by the applicant for you to amend that condition, essentially, to provide for more amenities. So you are being asked to make the findings under the CUP findings that would allow them to do it. So the burden is on the applicant, and you are being asked to make that determination based on the key findings.
Okay, and similar to what the Coastal Commission does in terms of requiring low-cost rooms, right, which I'm really not sure how they enforce, but different story. Could we condition the amenities to be low cost? I mean, I'm a little bit like thinking out loud here, so sure. I just kind of like thinking about what.
So there's specific, right. So there is specific language in the Coastal Act that talks about, low cost accommodations that the Coastal Commission relies on, and that's how they go with that. We do not have similar language or regulation in the municipal code about low cost amenities, low cost hotel, low cost lodging. There aren't specific regulations set forth in the municipal code with respect to making those determinations. The use classifications, as Mr. Albright explained, are not separated in that manner under the municipal code.
And do you think it makes me think a little bit, I'm sorry if I'm getting off topic, but it makes me think a little bit about like formula retail and like trying to, right, when there's like regulations that try to regulate that we don't want chains, we want local businesses, right, that kind of thing. Like, do you think the city could regulate? And we could say, like, meals cannot, I know the Coastal Commission does this too with parking, like that they basically say that it has to be market, right? Like parking at the market. Could we do anything like that at the restaurant?
So I'm not aware of the commission doing that through a CUP process. Certainly if the city has gone through the process of, like you were explaining, a formula retail legislation that was kind of a generally applicable regulation, you've gone through the process of the studies and all of the legislative history to back that up, then I think that would be one thing. I have not seen this commission, and the planning manager can hop in here if she has, regulate a restaurant or a hotel through the CUP process.
Okay, this is my last question, which I think is for Scott. I mean, do you think that there have been any changes, or did you guys look at, Leslie said, well, I think hotel without a restaurant, right, just doesn't make any sense. So you said something like that, right? And do you think there has been any change in the hotel industry from in 2008, where maybe you had these lower cost hotels that did not have restaurants, that the world has changed in any way, that maybe now more of these lower cost hotels have coffee shops or that kind of
I think, I think everybody wants amenities when they go to a hotel. You want to feel special. So, when I go to my affordable house or hotel, I want amenities just as much as anybody. So I think, the trend is for just people to, want to feel like they're away.
No, I hear you.
Special.
Okay. I hear you. Okay, thank you so much for indulging me. That's it.
Yeah, and Commissioner Pastor, if I can just follow up on what Heidi said also to your question. I think that if there is interest in, limiting the cost of the amenities in some way, I think the only way we've seen the commission do this is really asking the applicant if they would volunteer it as part of their project description, essentially. So they're offering it, but we've certainly not been in a, where we've imposed that sort of a condition through a CUP.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Raskin.
Thank you. And many of my questions have already been answered. Many thanks to Scott, Jing, Tony, Rachel, everyone for working around the clock to address those. I just have a few really quick questions to set the table for further discussion. Just jumping off of Commissioner Pastor's just last question. My understanding is that the LUP that was adopted in 2018, even though it's not part of a certified LCP, does have policies that promote affordable and low-cost visitor-serving uses in the coastal zone. Is that right?
I'm going to have to refer to Jane on that one.
Correct. You're asking about the currently adopted LUP?
I'm referring to the one from 2018.
Okay, the draft? Yes, there are policies in there, yes.
Okay, yeah.
But to make clear, the Coastal Commission has not reviewed and approved that yet.
It's not certified, right.
Yeah, it's not part of an LCP. Or certified LCP.
No.
And we don't have an LIP. And then last question here, just to walk through the CEQA compliance for this quickly. So for the text amendments, the justification in the staff report and the findings is that any environmental impacts were studied in the DCP EIR. Am I understanding that right?
You are correct, yes.
And then there's a proposal for Class 1 and Class 3 exemptions for the other CUP amendments, right?
Yes, that's what we typically use for alcohol-related CUPs and whatnot.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'll have more to say on that in discussion, but I'll stop there for now.
All right, Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for their presentation and their thorough report. Couple of quick questions. Yeah, I think we've already beat this horse a little bit, that there's the cafe on 2nd Street. It's already been through a couple of CUPs. This is the applicant's attempt at getting a CUP to get a tenant. But just to be completely, I just want to make sure 100%, they do not have a tenant in mind at this point. Is that true? Is that true?
That is my understanding. Yes, that is my understanding.
You know, I mean, it's been 10 years and they haven't gotten a tenant there. Is there anything changed that has given them the confidence that they can get a tenant?
That I would refer to them, but it's interesting because I think we all see what's happening with COVID and our the promenade and as well as other streets. That's we're having this rethinking of retail type of thing. So I think that's a significant player in all of this. Is online shopping and bricks and mortar stores are suffering.
Right. Exactly. So was there any discussion with the applicant about having this as a different use in that area and maybe some additional rooms or anything else?
Not really. I mean, we were just responding to what they were requesting. We thought a cafe would be, we have a lot of people love food, so we thought that would be a great use for 2nd Street. And, the setting with all the tables outside certainly would, it's a very dormant area right now, and having people on the streets, we thought that would be a positive.
Yeah, I agree with the concept. I'm just not sure that in 10 years they haven't got anybody there.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's a better use, like more hotel rooms there. All right, those are my questions for right now. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to go back to Commissioner Fresco before I ask my questions.
Well.
Oh, Kitty, go.
Sorry. I forgot about you. My main question was, so in 2008, a 72-room low-cost hotel was demolished inappropriately, and the Coastal Commission responded later with a large fine, and the city responded with this CUP that required, as I understand Condition 8 in the 2008 CUP, that 72 of the rooms have to be low cost. That was what I understood. And then it turned out that they weren't really that low cost. And now we have this new CUP, and there was a new Coastal Commission review, and they said again, okay, now you can go forward, but those 72 rooms really do have to be low cost now. So basically, this is this isn't a change from what would have been required before or what we had to begin with. Is that an accurate representation?
It's accurate. The timing might be a little different because the city got the fee payment in 2013, and I don't think that the big fine occurred till after that. Right. And I just want to clarify, the 72 rooms that the Coastal Commission mandated to be moderate cost, not low cost, moderate cost.
Oh, moderate cost, not low cost. Right. I forgot that one. Okay, so somebody actually asked this already, but if the Coastal Commission requirements were in the project description, then we could monitor compliance. Is that right? Even though we don't have rules that allow us to define it?
Certainly the applicant can volunteer to expand the project description if that's and there's agreement to do so. Of course, you've done that in the past with other projects, not hotel, but other mixed-use projects.
And somebody almost said this before, but didn't quite say it, that the findings that we make tonight are relative to CUP findings and not relative to the CUP that was before. We're just deciding if this new version meets our goals as a city as defined in our plans and our codes. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, that's correct. So the CUP, the findings, are really going to become the active operational CUP, whatever that ends up looking like. That would move it forward. So if they ever want to amend it, it would be amending whatever action ultimately results from this.
Okay. That's really all I needed to know, which isn't, I just wanted to clarify. So take it away, Sean.
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to I want to come back to the question of the relationship to this set of findings and conditions to the 2008 set of findings and conditions. And this I appreciate the answer that you gave to Commissioner Pastor, that the burden is on the applicant as opposed to the commission to establish the grounds for a change to the original STOA. So just to reconfirm, in the absence of something that anybody finds compelling, there is the original STOA is the governing document. Is that correct?
Yes,
that's right.
Yes.
Great. Okay. And this is so two questions here. If the commission were to, and I'm just trying to, again, break out some things, on the 2nd Street frontage, we established that if anybody else came in that wasn't the hotel, they could come in and ask for a cafe and an alcohol permit. Is the request for the cafe and the alcohol permit separable, or is that one integrated request, cafe and alcohol?
Well, they're two separate requests technically, because you can operate the cafe without the alcohol, obviously.
Without the alcohol. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And then with respect to the massage services, which I still don't fully understand. I mean, I understand that the applicant has brought them forward. How do you distinguish the massage services? Is the distinction between the massage services request and the performance standards permit that was granted for the car rental agency primarily based on the fact that the car rental agency is serving the public and is an independently operated business, whereas the massage services are only serving hotel guests and is being run through the hotel by the hotel? Is that the primary distinction? Or distinctions?
Yes, that is the distinction. Yeah.
Okay, so again, if someone wanted to come in and independently offer massage service to those hotel guests alongside other people in downtown, they would be permitted to do so.
Correct. That's the case. That's the case today. Any hotel guest can, call a massage therapist and do that on their own, just like they can call and have takeout delivered to them at the hotel. Hotel staff aren't involved at all. So
right, except the difference there. So this is actually what I'm getting at, and I'm trying to wrap my head around the distinction, and I apologize. The hotel, as I understand it, unless I'm misunderstanding it, the hotel policy is that if a guest orders takeout or delivery, that the delivery is brought to the front desk and the delivery person is not permitted off the lobby. Whereas the service of the massage cannot be provided in the lobby. right? It's a kind of a hands-on thing. So are there other services? What are the rights of the hotel to regulate access to its guest floors and under current city ordinances? And are there other comparable services that staff can think of where those services would be provided off the lobby, where the hotel would not have a logical way of, or would the hotel be free to say, you know what, we don't allow outside service providers to come up off our lobby for any purpose, whether it's giving a manicure or doing a massage or, providing personal, I don't know, fashion recommendations. I'm trying to think of something that could not occur in a lobby. What's the regulatory authority here?
I can't think of any. I mean, it's private property. They certainly have the right to regulate who comes onto their property, so they could establish rules around that to the extent allowed by law. I can't think of another service off the top of my head. Not sure what their rules are around a hotel guest bringing massage, calling a massage therapist to come to their room, for example. But that's not something that the city has no regulation over what a private property owner decides to do or not to, maintain access to their property. With respect to the application before you tonight, they have indicated that the massage services could be anywhere on the hotel campus and not just in hotel rooms, up to and including tents, somewhere on the property. And it seems that it's being, offered as a service through the hotel.
Right. But let's say a hotel in Santa Monica, we don't have to make this about this applicant. A hotel in Santa Monica could say, members of the public are permitted in these areas, and if you go beyond these areas, we're going to require you to leave a copy of your ID at the desk. We're going to require you to ABC, right? A hotel could do that legally, right?
And like any private property can.
Right. Okay. Terrific. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions. Are there any other questions that folks want to ask? Yep. Commissioner Fresco.
Sorry, is my mic on? Yeah. I just have one question based on what you just said, made me wonder. It sounds like they could actually do any of these things. They could do the restaurant and entertainment. They could do the cafe. They could do the bar and the breakfast room. They could do any of these things that they want to do if they just all found an outside contractor and rented them the space, and then the contractor provided it. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
So that means that, okay.
Wait.
I understand about Second Street. I understand about the massage, but how could they do the breakfast room restaurant?
Well, the restaurant blew the
right, but they have a separate approval.
Right, but it's not on Second Street, and the car rental's not on Second Street. That's why I asked.
Well, Scott, could whatever Jinkies come in and open a restaurant? Not on Second Street? In the main courtyard? I don't think so.
I mean, I would, when there was other restaurants, I'm not sure if there was one proposed for that interior courtyard space, but it was very clear in the decision and the statements of official action that this has no affiliation with the Shore Hotel. I mean, that was like condition number one of those things, that because of this requirement to expand this listing of amenities associated with the hotel. But it seems to me that they would be able to lease out that space somehow. I guess that would be up to the hotel and its operator to determine what kind of space to do that.
But how is that not an amenity?
Sorry, just to clarify, are we talking about the proposal or the original approval? I'm confused about the questions.
I'm asking under the current existing.
The original, okay.
The original
Yeah.
thing,
So
if they approached it that way, would they?
No,
be here?
yeah. So the original approval, again, like identified Blue Plate Taco, for example, and the Second Street like as clearly separate, not operated by the hotel. There were very clear distinctions between these separate spaces. You know, different applicants completely had nothing to do with the original CUP. And then there's spaces within the hotel, like the breakfast room. Things like that, you know, where you couldn't bring in an additional operator. I mean, I think certainly they could bring in who really wants to operate that food service, but it's not meant to be like an open, not meant to be a different operator. It was something operated by the hotel, spaces controlled and operated by the hotel.
But if they did find an operator to come into the breakfast room and it was open to the public, even though it was in the middle of the hotel, they could, and it wouldn't be in violation of the CUP.
I mean, it's as a breakfast room, it's just the definition of what that is and the way it was described, you know, in that 2008 approval. I don't know how realistic that would be, given that it's only breakfast. You know, would you find a third-party operator just to make breakfast for a few hours? You know, I don't know the practical reality of that, but that's not something the hotel has done or has been doing since that original approval.
Right. Okay.
But, so what I'm a little bit confused about, though, is the proposal. Now I'm really confused because the proposal for the restaurant space, not the cafe space, right? So I'm really clear that if the third party operator with no affiliation with the hotel, other than as a tenant, right, as a tenant, came in and said they independently wanted to run a cafe, that they could come through the city for that process in the same way that Mr. Trin did, 4 years ago, right? That's very clear.
Yes.
On Second Street.
On Second Street. But the restaurant proposal from the hotel, which is not on Second Street, that strikes me as something that it must come before this body. It is not something that an independent operator could not do that without coming to us because it is within the body of the hotel and they're actually trying to change a built-out space. Is that correct?
That's exactly what I just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I thought it was what you said, but I just wanted to get it through my head. Okay. Cool. All right. Are there other questions before we hear from the applicant? Okay, well then let us go to the applicant, who will have up to 15 minutes. And I do want to remind the applicant that you have a 3-minute rebuttal, but if you'd like to save more time from your 15-minute presentation for rebuttal, you could do so. But please just let Melissa know when you want to get a time clock. So if Ms. Bonstell, you're leading, how many minutes do you want to be, what time check do you want?
I'd like a 10-minute time check.
Okay, great. So, in the immortal words, your time starts now.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Sherry Bonstell from Jeffer Mangels, Butler & Mitchell, and I represent the owner of the Show Hotel. I am here with John Farzam, who is the owner, and with Darren Loriano, who is a land use consultant, and with the architect, all of whom will be available to answer questions. I am going to share my screen so that you can see my presentation. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the Shore Hotel was constructed in 2010. It's the first Gold LEED certified hotel in Santa Monica. And every aspect of the environmentally friendly hotel has been designed to reduce the consumption of natural resources. It's a family-owned business that has supported the city of Santa Monica and the greater community for years. So here are the plans that were in the presentation. You can see it has 164 hotel rooms, which are located in the hotel that faces Ocean Avenue to the west and then 2nd Street to the east. And it's connected across the alley with a bridge. The hotel has very few amenities. It has a very small breakfast area for hotel guests only. It has the pool for hotel guests only. And then it has a very small fitness center with a few fitness machines and a very small store for guests. The area out front, all of this, and including the space, is leased by Blue Plate Taco, who is a third party and not part of the hotel. I'm going to give you a brief rundown of the history again. In 2009, the city approved a conditional use permit for the demolition of 2 lower rate hotels and the construction of a low to moderate rate hotel with low amenities. The applicant completed all of the city approvals, obtained the building permits, and had a C of O issued in 2012. In 2013, the owner paid the $1.2 million mitigation fee in compliance with the Low Cost Housing Mitigation Fee Act, which is Ordinance 1516. And this removed the restriction on the hotel rates and amenities. So pursuant to Condition 8 of the original 2009 CUP, when the owner paid the fee, the unit ceased to be low-income housing, low-cost lodging. And therefore, the city is now restricted from imposing lower rates on the rooms and from imposing conditions that are intended to create lower rates for the rooms. In October 29, the owner submitted the application to the city for these entitlements and has been working with the city staff ever since. The owner obtained separate approvals from the Coastal Commission. So in June 2009, the owner obtained an approval for a coastal development permit to demolish the 2 buildings and to construct the new hotel, and received an intent to issue the coastal development permit. As required, they signed that intent to develop, they returned it to the Coastal Commission, and then they constructed their building. In 2014, the owner was requesting minor improvements and went back to the Coastal Commission and learned that some of the conditions of that original conditional coastal development permit were not met, and because of that, the coastal development permit had expired before it was issued. Learning this, they then spent a significant amount of time obtaining the now issued coastal development permit, which was approved in December 2019 and issued in September 2020. And the Coastal Commission made the following findings. They require there to be 72 moderate income hotel rooms, and these are based on a very specific calculation. The rates are issued by the Coastal Commission every year, and the hotel complies with these rates. And they originally started at $150 a room and then increased by CPI to the now issued rate. In the design approved by the Coastal Commission, the hotel includes, as part of those 72 rooms that are rate restricted, it requires 14 of them to be micro units with 34 beds in the space on 2nd Street. And the reason for this is because they have a very unique design that allows 2 to 3 beds per room, which are designed for traveling youth groups and families that share a room. And the owner now requests that these particular designs are approved by the City of Santa Monica. The Coastal Commission also approved the change to the restaurant use and the cafe use on 2nd Street. So if the city approves these do not have to go back to the Coastal Commission. If the city does not approve these, then the applicant has to go back to Coastal Commission for a modification. So the applicant is requesting three conditional use modifications to conditional use permits and a text amendment. So first, the owner is requesting a modification of CUP to allow massage therapy in guest rooms and in an outdoor patio on 2nd Street, or off of 2nd Street, in the 2nd Street building. So currently, there's no spa in the hotel, and there's no intent to create a spa in a hotel, but many of the current guests allow outside massage services to come into the hotel and give massages in the room. So the owner intends to request that they have control, for safety reasons, to allow massage therapists to be in the rooms. This will be more efficient for guests, and it provides employees that are trained professional therapists and technicians. In the comments that were submitted, I read that there was concern that adding this massage service would increase the rates of the room. First, the city is not allowed to reduce the rates of the room. After the mitigation fee was paid, the city now has no authority to require lower room rates. But second, there are already 72 rate-restricted rooms that will not change no matter how many amenities are added to the hotel. And finally, the guests already have massages in their rooms by third-party services, and adding them is not going to increase the rates of the room as an amenity in any way. So the second modification to CUP request is to change the existing breakfast room and kitchen that serves only guests to a restaurant that's open for the public. This image here is currently, you can see this is the breakfast room. There is a glass wall that separates the breakfast room from the pool area. And then there is a movable bar that serves the pool area that is currently located to the side of the breakfast. So the modification will allow the CUP to have alcohol and live entertainment. It will allow the restaurant to serve a wider menu and to stay open later. It could also be rented by groups for meetings and have live musicians. So the outdoor bar that currently serves the pool would become a fixed bar. And this is open to the public and can serve the restaurant. So in the existing, on the left is the existing meeting and breakfast space. On the right, it shows that a bar is added that will service both the lobby and will service the restaurant, and then we'll make a fixed bar for the outdoor space. Currently, the space is only 800 square feet. It has an indoor occupancy of 53 and some outdoor seating. And therefore, it's not going to be expanded. It will allow up to 80 people in both the indoor and outdoor. And the restaurant faces only Ocean Avenue with hotel rooms on 3 sides. So as you can see, any sound that is in the restaurant or that is in the bar area will be completely blocked on 3 sides. It will only be heard on Ocean Avenue. And the rooms are designed with insulated glass windows and sliding doors that virtually block out all of the sound. So this shows where the restaurant and bar and lobby area would be. The restaurant is set back significantly far away from the street. And then this shows a section where the lobby is on the right, the outdoor pool area is on the left, which is existing, and the bar would service both the restaurant and the 2 areas. The third request is for the cafe to be located on 2nd Street. And we have had already significant discussion about the fact that restaurants were not successful in this location. Very few people walk down 2nd Street. They either go all the way to Ocean Avenue or they cut up to the 3rd Street Promenade, and so they haven't been successful here. But we believe that a small cafe that serves the hotel as the guests are coming and leaving will be utilized, and we also believe that it will draw people that are coming out of Santa Monica Place and just want to grab food and have outdoor seating.
Hey, this is your 10 minutes warning.
Thank you. The text amendment.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but if we may clarify, under the rules of order, you actually have 15 minutes in total up front and 3 minutes in rebuttal on the back end. So it's not 15 minutes total, it's 15 minutes up front and 3 minutes in rebuttal.
Okay, I'll try to finish up. So third, the owner requests the 14 hotel rooms with 34 beds be permitted in the 2,500 square foot ground level space facing 2nd Street. So the owner proposes, I'm going to skip, wait. So the reason that a text amendment is required is because these spaces are going to be less than 11 feet in height, but only on the interior. So the cafe remains 11 feet in height, which will be accessed from the street. But the inside of the hotel rooms will be less than 11 feet in height. And because of the section, because there will be 2 units facing the street, there will be many more eyes in the street, and there's significant landscaping to make it a very pleasing streetscape. So the Coastal Commission wanted this layout of the room specifically because they wanted traveling groups and larger families to be able to have more affordable, modest accommodations with multiple beds. So here's a design layout of the beds and converted into a couch. And the owner did a mock-up. They actually constructed these in their entirety to make sure that they felt spacious and to resolve any design issues. And here you can see that even in the 6'3" portion, which is where the beds are located, that there's more than sufficient space to sit there with full-grown men in the space. And there's no other place in the hotel where we can locate these 14 rooms. The building is already 45 feet in height. There's not any room in the courtyard to add them that wouldn't block other rooms. There's really no way to add these someplace else in the hotel. Even if you combined other rooms to make rooms with multiple beds, you would then be losing hotel rooms in the coastal zone. So the owner and his team have worked closely with staff, and we appreciate their support in the entitlements. The owner has conducted significant outreach to the neighborhood, including residential neighbors, business chambers, and corporate groups. These included 2 open community meetings at the hotel, meetings with the Pico Neighborhood Association and with Mid-City neighbors, and they also have a local hiring program to prioritize Santa Monica residents. So we request that you approve the project as designed and support the affordability of hotel uses near the ocean. And we also support the staff's proposed amendments to the text amendment language. Our team is here and available if you have any comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm sorry, Heidi, I had understood that the applicant could save some time at the front end and add it to their time at the back end. We've done that in the past. Is that not the case?
Absolutely. I just wanted to make clear what the total number of minutes available were, which is 18 minutes total, 18. Not 15 minutes total.
Correct. No, that's right. And I believe Ms. Bonstel has finished in less than 15 minutes. So does she have a little extra time on the back end, Melissa?
Yes, there's about 2.5 minutes left from the 15.
Okay. So your rebuttal time will now be 5.5 minutes after public comment if you need it, just so you're aware. With that, we'll go to questions for the applicant starting with Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, I think you touched on my question already in your presentation. I was very curious about that cafe use and where you thought the utility is going to come out of that. But the question I guess I'll have for you, have you guys considered doing more of these low-cost hotel rooms in that area?
John, you want to answer? So the Coastal Commission was very specific on the number of hotel rooms that they requested for this, so we haven't considered that currently.
Do you think the Coastal Commission would be upset with you if you had extra low cost?
This is a very long time coming to this Coastal Commission agreement, so, we're open to discussions about anything, but this was the specific layout that the Coastal Commission had approved for us.
Okay, I don't really have any other questions right now. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Raskin.
Thank you. So I understand that the plans specifically for the 14 rooms aren't before us tonight. It's going to go through the plan check process. I'm curious though. I was informed a few days ago that the state building code actually has a minimum floor-to-ceiling height of 7 feet 6 inches. I was just curious if either you or the architect could talk about the implications of that.
Yes, the architect's going to speak.
Yes, my name is Marcello Pozzi. I'm the architect for the project. Yes, there is these requirements from the building department. However, the beds are built in, so these requirements can be offset by this this specific condition. So it's built in, and therefore, where we need to have the headroom, we have the headroom, and the average height of the rooms are complying.
All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pastor?
Ms. Lonsdale, so just to clarify your response to Commissioner Reed, if we were to ask you to add additional micro units, you would have to go back to Code Bill to amend your CUP. Is that correct?
Correct. We would have to go back to Coastal Commission.
And I'm going to ask you about what I was asking staff about. So do you have any evidence either way that providing these amenities would or would not increase the cost of rooms, or are there low-cost hotels that now have cafes and restaurants? Are there, just trying to understand what the world looks like out there?
So we do not believe that adding the massage use where the hotel already has a massage use by a third vendor is going to increase the cost at all, because we are not adding a spa service. We're not creating a spa. We're not creating any kind of a luxury service that would then be a luxury amenity for a guest. With the restaurant, there are so many restaurants, including Blue Pay Taco, that's on the property but not part of the hotel in the neighborhood. Adding another restaurant nearby is not going to increase the cost of the rooms. It's just going to provide more options to the guests. As a note, the 72 restricted rate rooms obviously will not increase no matter what we put on the property. And the remaining rooms are set at market. They're not going to change by another restaurant, being on this particular block.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. About the breakfast room, and I asked John this, but I can't remember what he said. Do you serve free breakfast now to hotel guests?
So the hotel guests pay for their breakfast, and it's a very limited menu. They do offer, for the 14 micro unit rooms, they do provide them for 12 days a year free to youth groups that come, and they're required to by the Coastal Commission provisions, and they also provide them free food for the entire time that they're there. So there is free food for the youth groups that come for those 12 days and will occupy those 14 units.
I guess I was sort of thinking of the Hampton Inn model that has free breakfast with moderate priced rooms, which unfortunately I've stayed in. So that's not what you're offering or have been offering, or would consider offering, correct?
So currently they do pay for breakfast in the breakfast.
And I just want to get a sense of what the concept is for this breakfast, because we've been hearing sort of luxury restaurant thrown around a lot. I don't even know what that means except expensive. What is the concept in terms of menu and pricing, etc.?
You want to? So it's they do have a draft menu that they have provided, and it's just it's not a luxury restaurant by any means. It's an average American style restaurant.
So do we have that menu? Have you guys seen it?
Did we provide it to the city?
It would be really useful to see that.
We did provide it to the city.
Okay, I'd love to see that. Also, I've seen your kitchen, and it's pretty de minimis. You don't have plans for expanding the kitchen to, increase productivity in the restaurant, do you? I don't think you do, but do you?
So currently the kitchen is already built out, and we don't have plans to expand it in this particular space. And the only space to expand it into is there's that small guest shop, that has a few amenities. That's the only space that would be available that's attached to the meeting room.
My impression from John was they're not going to expand it. You must provide food service now because you have a kitchen. Is that for room service and poolside service, or what is it?
Yeah, we have poolside service and we have room service. Do we have limited hours? Yeah, there are limited hours on the room service.
And I just have two more. The concept, can you explain what the concept is for the Second Street Cafe? Because I know there are only 9 seats. So we're not talking about a really fancy, hoo-ha restaurant, right? I mean, what is the concept for that space?
So the concept is just a small cafe where a few people could sit, have a glass of wine and have lunch, but most people would come and take out their food either entering or leaving the hotel.
Is it your impression there would be mostly prepackaged food sold there?
No, they have the ability to have hookups for the kitchen, so it doesn't need to be prepackaged.
Oh, okay. And then finally, as you said, the massage services are available now to hotel guests.
Right.
But they can make their own arrangements, so that's really no change. It just changes now how you get it. But are you saying that the hotel will no longer allow individual guests to make their own massage arrangements?
Well, they currently don't have any restrictions on
right, I know.
Guests, who they bring into their room with them.
So they could continue doing their point-to-point massage service without going to the hotel.
Yes, they could.
So that doesn't change the current system. Okay.
We would encourage them to use the hotel's massage therapist just because we know that they've been vetted and that they're trained and that if they're, for liability reasons.
But you're not restricting access to the rooms by masseuses. And that you talk about putting tents out in that courtyard behind the hotel. Would that be for like mothers who have 2 small children bouncing on beds and they want to get away for a massage?
Right.
That's theoretical. I've never experienced that myself.
Right.
Okay, that is. Oh, and finally, I do have one more question. How are you going to market the micro units? Are you going to go through the tourist bureau of the city, or would you be willing to do some kind of share with the hostel if they have an overflow? Maybe you could take some of their people. Do you have a marketing plan for those units?
Okay, they do have a full marketing plan for all of the 72 affordable or moderate rate rooms.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Fresco.
Nothing new. Sorry.
Nina, are you there?
She said she has nothing new.
Oh, nothing new. Okay. All right. Great. My connection is a little bit wonky. Okay. So I guess my only real question, just for my understanding, and I know you covered it to a certain extent, but we went back and forth with staff, and I want to just really get clear. Why did you choose to bring the cafe in with your own application? Why not, for example, bring us the text amendment on the rooms and then go through the city with an independent tenant like Blue Plate for a cafe operation on 2nd Street? Why did you choose to bring it to us?
So we knew that the cafe would require a CUP because it's going to serve alcohol. And we wanted to bring all of the new provisions in the coastal development permit that was recently approved to the city at one time. We didn't want to piecemeal it and come in at separate times. If for some reason, the cafe and the alcohol were not approved, we'd have to go back to Coastal Commission because they approved the cafe as a use on this site to activate the street and to have a public serving use. And so if we're not going to be approved for, one or more items and we have to go back to Coastal Commission, we want to do it in one meeting.
Okay, so that raises the question. It's a little bit of with respect to the Coastal Commission with genuine respect for different jurisdictions, there's a little bit of a thank you for sharing moment here, right? The city does something and the Coastal Commission says, thank you for sharing, or the Coastal Commission does something and the city says, thank you for sharing, right? With respect to the deadline on your permit relative to your settlement, my understanding is the really key piece here are those rooms, is the text amendment on those micro units, because that is critical to your settlement with respect to the provision of affordable lodging, whether it's moderate or low income, however defined, that's critical to your settlement. With respect to the uses, restaurant, cafe, massage, you're applying for them, you're committed to the request, but your coastal settlement doesn't blow up if those go away. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's a correct statement.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any follow-up questions? Commissioner Pastor.
Right, can I just ask one last question? Like, how do the moderate rooms work? Like, could I call and say, like, what's the rate? Do you have any moderate rooms available? Moderate price rooms available?
No, if you go on the website, all of the rooms and their rates are available. So if you type in, lowest rate, the lower rates room would pop up, and you would be able to, sign up for that room and reserve it.
Make sure.
Okay. Any other follow-ups? Okay, so we are now ready, I believe, for public comment. I want to say a couple of things before we go to public comment, and I want to make sure Elizabeth is back online with us, and I'm going to ask her to translate a summary of this, or we can go in pieces. So the first thing is, it is now 8:49 p.m. Based on the number of public comments we have pending, this item will not be before us before midnight. I'm just going to say that out loud so everyone is aware. To that end, obviously the time limit is 2 minutes per person. I'm going to make a personal appeal on behalf of the public and every commissioner, and no matter how you feel about this project, one way or another, and everybody who cares about it, please keep your comments to the point as much as possible. We want to hear from everybody. We want to hear every opinion. But if you feel like you can state your opinion by agreeing with the previous caller, or saying you support the project or disagree with the project, or support or disagree with one or the other thing, and you don't need your full 2 minutes, please don't take your full 2 minutes. We are all doing our very best. So that is my personal appeal on behalf of the commission, but we do want to hear from you. We want to know what you think, how you feel, and we want to make sure the applicant will have a chance to respond to everything that has been said. The second thing I need to announce is, regrettably, there has been some confusing communication going out that has not originated with the Planning Commission. I want to be very clear about that. Unregistered phone numbers will not be recognized for public comment. I need to be very, very clear about that. The only people who will be registered for public comment are those people who signed up by the deadline, which was 2 hours before the meeting, and who received a confirmatory email, including an email at the start of this meeting. So I do see people who have been logged in, who have a name, staff will call on them, but I am seeing some anonymous folks, and I'm seeing some phone numbers that don't have names attached. If you do not have a registered phone number, that means you weren't registered. We will not be calling on you. I need to be very clear about that. So I'm just going to ask Elizabeth if you could summarize the request for people to speak to the point, and also that unregistered phone numbers will not be recognized. That would be great.
Yes. Buenas noches, ya son las 8:49 de la noche. Con base en los comentarios públicos que habrá, lo más seguro es que terminemos hasta las 12 de la noche. Tenemos un tiempo límite de 2 minutos por comentario. les voy a pedir a todos que quiero decirles a todos que queremos escucharlos, a todos sus comentarios, pero si alguien habló antes que usted y dijo su mismo comentario, simplemente si puede limitarse a simplemente decir que está de acuerdo con ese comentario. Si no necesita tomar los 2 minutos, tome el tiempo, o sea, tome menos tiempo. Díganos si queremos saber lo que ustedes están sintiendo y qué piensan acerca de esto. Desafortunadamente ha habido información muy confusa acerca de esto y no es de la Comisión de Planeación. Sí quiero comentarles que los números telefónicos que no están registrados o están en estado de anónimo no van a ser elegibles para hacer comentarios públicos. Entonces, solo aquellas personas que enviaron su solicitud 2 horas antes de la reunión van a tener la oportunidad de hacer su comentario público. Nuevamente, y que además recibieron un correo electrónico confirmando la recepción de su solicitud. Les pido nuevamente que sean breves, queremos escuchar y sí queremos conocer sus opiniones. Sin embargo, por favor, sean breves en cuanto a sus comentarios. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And with that, we'll open the public comment.
Okay, our first caller in the queue for tonight is Norman Shramoff. Norman, you are now off mute and you are live in the meeting and you have your 2 minutes for comments.
Hi. I'll be really quick and thanks for pronouncing my name correctly. I support the project mostly because of the rooms that will be available to the youth groups. So somebody else gets the rest of the 2 minutes. Good night and thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Tracy Tyface. And I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly, but you're live in the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, how are you tonight?
We are good, thank you.
You hear me? Oh, good. I was wondering if you could hear me. Okay. An article in today's Santa Monica Daily Press asked, what side are you on? Well, I'll tell you. I'm on the side of recovery, on the side of equality, on the side of affordability, coastal access for low-income families, and on the side of hope. I'm also on the side of progress and the side of moving forward. Denial tonight would be an injustice. There are sour grapes by Unite here. The Shore already has 72 affordable hotel rooms that are available to the public, and the Shore paid the $15 million, and now it's time to move on. The article misleads people by referring to the Shore as a developer as opposed to a local business. Shore Hotel is a local business, and the owner, John Farzam, is a local kid. He grew up here and invested here and lives here. His family has been operating this business in Santa Monica for over 30 years. Another misleading statement in the Santa Monica Daily Press reads that this is a hotel expansion. There is no expansion and there will be no external construction. The article is misleading and states that the Coastal Commission does not have the authority to set actual room rates, but the Commission and the hotel owner entered into a 2009 agreement to determine the base average room rates, and today's agreement looks back to 2009. It is brought forward with annual CPI increases, and that formula will never change in perpetuity. This article claims that tonight's proposal turns the Shore into a luxury hotel when in fact what it proposes is 14 affordable micro hotel rooms. How does adding affordable rooms make it a luxury? More lies. Please vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next caller is Paola Duran. And I believe Paola had a time donor, but I do not see the time donor in the queue. But Paola, you are now live in the meeting and you will have 2 minutes for comments. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tonight, you will make an important decision regarding the Shore Hotel. Ultimately, this is an important decision that will affect many families and children who benefit from this collaboration between the Shore Hotel and the Surf Plus Foundation. Tonight, I have the honor and privilege of speaking on behalf of my own experience and how I was able to participate in the Surf Plus Foundation. My own experience participating in the Surf Plus Foundation was a lot of fun, and it made a huge positive impact in my life as a teen. The Surf Plus Foundation not only taught us students how to surf, however, they offered us something more than just surfing lessons. They overall presented us with a once-in-a-lifetime experience. There are many students who do not have easy access to the beach, but with the support of the Shore Hotel, the Surf Plus Foundation, and the Shore Hotel make it a remarkable experience for the majority of us students. The Shore Hotel makes it possible for the Surf Plus Foundation to supply us with surfing lessons, coastal access, and even lessons on marine life and beach cleanliness. Not only that, but they gave us the opportunity to meet new people and make new friends out of our own city that create long-lasting bonds. All of this, however, would not be possible without the support of the Shore Hotel. The partnership between the Shore Hotel and the Surf Plus Foundation plays a big role in our safety as students. Our parents' main concern is our safety, thus the Shore Hotel makes it possible, and their goal is to keep us safe when they stay at their hotel. The Shore Hotel ensures that we have a safe stay at their establishment by providing us with resources like rooms and meals for students. This collaboration with the Shore Hotel is crucial to the growth of the Surf Plus program in Santa Monica. With the approval of the Shore Hotel's proposal, I hope that many more students will be able to have this once-in-a-lifetime experience. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Maria Flores. Maria, you are now off mute and live in the meeting. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, commissioners and staff. I am calling in support of the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. Shore Hotel has continually served the Santa Monica community by generating revenue to the city, creating jobs, providing affordable access to the coast, and has even partnered up with nonprofit organizations such as the Surf Plus Foundation. This has been done in an effort to build partnerships with community youth programs as well as public schools with limited budgets to increase access to marine education for children and underserved communities. Shore Hotel will need the city to support their efforts to succeed by converting space within the hotel into an additional 14 affordable micro hotel rooms, a cafe, bar, and patio, and a restaurant that will be able to serve the public, have live music with dancing for restaurant-related events, and a personal service for massage within the hotel. I hope that you support this local business whose main goals are to create jobs, generate revenue for the city, and do good for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Hayden Lee. Hayden, you're now off mute. Please proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Hayden Lee, and I'm an executive coach and business owner here in Santa Monica who's worked with many leaders here for the last 10 years. I also serve on the board of directors for the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, and I'm calling in support of the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. In fact, I echo everything the previous caller just said, and I just want to add to that, though, that the Shore Hotel is a family-owned and operated Santa Monica small business that has suffered the impacts of the pandemic. They are not a corporate hotel. So the Shore Hotel needs the city to support its efforts to thrive by converting the space into those 14 additional affordable micro hotel rooms, the cafe with bar and patio, the restaurant that will serve the public, and also services that include massage. So I strongly urge you to please approve the requested CEP for Shore Hotel tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Jasmine Vargas. Jasmine, you're now live in the meeting. Please proceed with your comments. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Jasmine Vargas. I'm senior organizer for Food and Water Watch, organization that fights for the healthy food and access to drinking water. I think what I want to highlight today is the access and the opportunity that you all have here today to create affordable and continue to have affordability on the coastline for people of color. This is an environmental justice issue, and I just want to outline that the city and the commission right now has the opportunity and the power to reject the conditional use permit for these amenities that can potentially lead to more more rooms that can be increased in cost. We've already lost a lot of low-cost accommodations in the last 20 years, and I think that what we have here in front of us today is the opportunity to increase the affordability by creating more hotel rooms that can be in low cost and actually commit to making it accessible to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Marion Clark. Marion, you're off mute and live in the meeting. Please proceed with your comments.
Hello, this is Marion Clark, and I want to yield my 2 minutes to Natalie Hubbard of the Surf Bus Foundation.
Was that set up as a donation, Melissa?
Yes, it actually is.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Okay, we will, actually, let me see if Natalie is in the queue, and then can do that. I don't actually see her yet, but we will make the note that she's getting the time donation.
Okay, so the speaker will need to stay on until Natalie arrives.
Okay, we will leave her there.
Okay.
And Marianne, thanks. Just please stay on the line. Hi, Marianne?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And you aren't aware of Natalie being on the line right now, correct?
She is. She's on hold right now, just like everybody else.
Okay. We are looking for her in the queue. I apologize. It is a very, very long list.
We're sitting next to each other. Can I hand the phone to her?
Yes, please. Go for it. Thank you.
Great.
Wonderful, and I want the record to let show that Tess Goddard has also given me her allotted time in case I go over the 4 minutes from allotted.
I'm sorry, you only have 4 minutes. You can only have one donation, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, okay.
Heidi,
Got it.
Heidi, wait, don't start talking yet. Heidi, is that correct? We do not allow more than one
Under
donation.
under your modified rules of order, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I'll be speaking a bit faster. So good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie Hubbard, and my title here is representative of the Surf Bus Foundation, with whom the Shore has agreed to partner with. But before any of that, I'm here as a Santa Monica born and raised active citizen. I live here, I work here, I play here. What I'm about to say about this partnership between the Surf Bus and the Shore goes to the very heart of what makes me so proud of my beach community. Much of that pride derives from my proud work with the Surf Bus, a nonprofit organization with roots in our city since 2003. But first, I see it fit to tell you folks our mission statement guiding us in our stand of solidarity. The Surf Bus Foundation mission is to empower people to have a healing connection to the sea. We do this by engaging the youth of LA with ocean sports like surfing, swimming, and beach games while exploring the wonder and beauty of the sea. We teach the 7 ocean literacy principles to our youth as they ground those principles in the way that they interact with our city and coastline. Our teaching and mentoring provides understanding that encourages a lifelong commitment to share and protect our oceans for all to enjoy. And that all to enjoy piece of our mission statement is crucial, especially as we look at the case of the Shore. While some have argued the inaccessibility that the Shore represents and causes, we know the absolute opposite to be true. The Shore's LEED Gold certified buildings, family values, and ownership and treatment of everyone, and their commitment to providing reliable, high-quality resource access for our youth in our community, as well as those we want to bridge towards within the rest of Los Angeles. The city has been a vital partner of this mission since its inception, utilizing our coastline space as permitted all the way from Tower 29 to Tower 8. With our relatively long-standing and sturdy reputation within Santa Monica community, the Shore Hotel reached out to us. Working with the owner, general manager, general counsel of the Shore, they saw a vision of what is possible and bridged the gap for even more. Now we have a lifetime partnership to give the youth and undeserved communities of Los Angeles not only access to the coast, but an experience of coastline living that will deeply impact how our coastline connects to many future leaders to expand our city's legacy. And that legacy is very tangible with the Shore promising one weekend for the
long time foreseeable future for our children to stay for free in those rooms on those 14 rooms. Surf Bus offers an ongoing internship to Sandwell High surf team students who get to grow in their ocean relationships as they teach and share with their counterparts from deeper within LA. And our Sandwell High youth got to experience firsthand the incredible difference one overnight stay in Santa Monica made for our teens Surf Bus last February, and it was powerful. Instead of an hour plus drive over 5 different freeways, they got to roll out of bed and walk from the shore down the Strand to Tower 24. Instead of the feeling of a grand event, like once a year trip to Disneyland, it was just another Saturday and Sunday, and the relaxed and extended welcoming vibe reverberated throughout the weekend. They surfed better, they laughed harder. It was such a profound shift that the Sandwell High surfers suggested making the goal to train their Surf Bus peers to compete in surf contests. No other hotel or lodging in the area has offered us an opportunity to deepen our intra-county youth connections. The city of Santa Monica is not just a strong partner for ocean equity and youth development, but we have learned they also foster businesses to do the same. The Shore treated our teens like they were VIP guests all weekend. The Shore is in with us that we must go beyond inclusivity, but for the full experience of coastline luxury to help shape what youth in the city believe to be possible for themselves and those that they care about. Now every month, we will see this growth in more kids. Our inner LA networks blossom into a vision that Santa Monica City has claimed to champion. Santa Monica has the opportunity to be the hub of this transformation of a sordid legacy. The Coastal Commission has bestowed its blessings on this project, and we see no reason compelling enough to halt such a move when all the pieces are coming into place in a way that is realistic, equitable, ethically intact.
Thank you. That is the 4 minutes.
The Shore has already paid its living amendment.
Thank you. I have a question for you.
Yes, of course.
Is the relationship between the Surf Bus Foundation and the Shore conditional upon the approval of this item? Is it? Or do you have a relationship?
Marion Clark talking again, because I'm privy to that information. So at the Coastal Commission meeting where we spoke and presented, we didn't know if we were going to be able to move forward with the project with the Shore Hotel. It was based on what the Coastal Commission said was what the rooms would be. John stopped me at that meeting and said, no matter what, we want to do something. And so at this point, our first round of weekend stays at the Shore Hotel, we paid a reduced rate to be there because we won't be able to give our students the complimentary experience until these rooms are built. And so what's going to happen is, as a nonprofit with a budget that I have to meet from private donors and any grants that we can get in any single year, and they're always different, mostly we bus our students to the beach for day camps in the summer and 1 or 2 days over the weekend.
I'm so sorry to cut you off. We have a lot of public comments still to come, but my understanding is the answer is yes.
Basically, not really. No, because I'm going to have to come up with the money, even though it's a reduced cost. This is a new thing to earmark for a very strapped nonprofit.
I'm just trying to clarify the
windfall
relationship here. Okay. All right. Okay. No, but you're saying that if this is not approved, you would have to continue to pay a reduced rate. There would be some level of a contract, but that if this is approved, that you would have the advantage of some number of complimentary rooms.
Yes, the entire space.
Okay. All right. Thank you for answering my question. Are there other questions for the Surf Bus Foundation? No. All right. Let's keep going. Thank you.
Our next caller is Danielle Wilson. Danielle, you're now off mute and live in the meeting. Please proceed with your comments.
Good evening, Danielle Wilson with Unite Here Local 11. Commissioners, tonight you have discretion to reject the proposal for luxury amenities at Shore Hotel, and you have that discretion in order to protect the few affordable overnight accommodations we have left here in Santa Monica. I want to remind everyone that the 2 motels that were displaced by the Shore made up 35% of the low-cost visitor accommodations lost here in Santa Monica between 1992 and 2018. Additionally, to Commissioner Lambert's earlier question about the definition of limited amenities, That is exactly what the conditions of approval specifically define, limiting food and beverage offerings to keep the hotel from being offered as a luxury hotel and to protect its affordability. The hotel was conditioned this way because, as we have been hearing from the commissioner questioning period, it is extremely elusive to regulate what is and is not lower cost, and the Coastal Commission is actually legally prohibited from regulating room rates. Now, the applicant is seeking amendments for the types of luxury amenities that were expressly limited when the hotel was approved. And to Commissioner Pastor's question about how we know whether or not this hotel will operate as a luxury hotel, all we need to do is turn to the applicant's own public portrayal of its proposal. As of April 5th, the applicant's website, Revitalize Shore Hotel, advertised that, quote, these proposed changes would enhance services at Shore Hotel from limited accommodation to full amenity, taking the first step in providing the type of luxury expected of Ocean Avenue hospitality, unquote. However, that line no longer appeared on their website later that same afternoon. The picture is clear here, commissioners. Protect affordable accommodations, protect coastal access, deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Danielle.
Danielle, are you still there?
Yes.
Danielle? Okay, go for it.
Yes. I have two questions. Danielle, do you oppose the addition of the 14 micro units?
No.
So, not micro units, but the 14 low-cost rooms?
No.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the applicant and I'm going to ask staff. Do you have any proof or evidence that adding a restaurant is going to make the rooms more expensive?
I pointed to the evidence that the applicant presented on its own website. It seems like that is pretty clear. It's pretty clear that that's what their intentions are.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, Danielle, don't hang up because I have a question based on
I'm still here.
Okay, good. So we were advised by staff that if a third party operator had come in for the cafe independently, it would not have come to us in the same way. Is your concern about the amenity of the cafe tied to the hotel's operation of the cafe as an amenity, or is it about the cafe itself?
I mean, as you referenced, Sean, earlier, this was a point of, extensive debate a few years back when Peter Trin was applying for a CUP there. Again, I just point to what the applicant said about their intentions with these amenities, and it just seems obvious that if they're applying for these, they want them for a reason. So that's all I'll say about that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll keep going.
Our next caller is Mario Aguilar. Mario, you are now live in the meeting. Please proceed with your comment.
Yes, my name is Mario Aguilar, and I'm calling on behalf of in favor of Shore Hotel. I've been working for Shore Hotel since 2011, and all I want to tell you, and I was planning on saying something else, but based on what I just heard from this person representing Local 11, they are not representing the people of Santa Monica or the people who deserve to have affordable rooms. All they are doing is trying to go against Shore Hotel once again. And to be honest with you, I gotta tell you that Shore Hotel is a great place to work for. They give us all the benefits that we need. They're gonna bring revenue to the city, and all they're trying to do is create jobs. Like you all commissioners said, what will be the difference between opening a cafe if it was a contractor or a second party leasing the place? All the family-owned from Shore Hotel is doing is trying to create more opportunity for us, the people that live in the city. I live in the city of Santa Monica. I know what's going on, especially in the last year and a half with all the pandemic going on. who is going to risk their money to create more jobs, to bring more people to the city? Shore Hotel is doing it. So please give Shore Hotel the opportunity to move on and tell Local 11 to move on. We said enough is enough. It's like being in a relationship. If I ask a girl, go out with me, and I tell her no, and she tells me, no, I don't want to go out with you, I'm going to move on. So I tell Local 3, the Local 11, move on.
Thank you. That is 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Matt Stauffer. Matt, you're now off mute and live in the meeting. Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Chair Landers and Commissioners. Matt Stauffer calling on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce in support of this item. Representatives of this project attended the Chamber's Government Affairs Committee meeting in April, and after a detailed presentation, the committee voted unanimously to recommend support, and the Chamber's Board of Directors agreed and ratified that recommendation. The Chamber believes this project will facilitate an inclusive economic recovery by expanding the hotel's low-cost room offerings, making Santa Monica available to a larger and more diverse set of visitors, and activating important areas of downtown with new business and job opportunities. I'll close by adding that in 2015, the Shore Hotel won the grand prize at the Sustainable Quality Awards, which is a rigorous and independently judged process which recognizes the hotel's excellence in environmental stewardship, economic development, and social responsibility. The Chamber believes in the Shore Hotel's ability to play an important part in Santa Monica's inclusive and sustainable economic recovery, and we respectfully request your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Ernesto Esquier. I apologize for the pronunciation, Ernesto, but you're live in the meeting and you may begin your comment.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. My name is Ernest Esquier, and I'm speaking tonight as a resident who loves the city and my community. I'm asking all the commissioners to please vote yes and support the Shore Hotel revitalization project. We need our businesses to succeed, and this is your opportunity to be business friendly and help them recover from the negative impacts of the pandemic. I have several family members who lost jobs during COVID and can't find work because the businesses that employed them closed down after COVID decimated our economy. I don't want to see any more people losing jobs. I don't want to see any more businesses close or suffer due to financial hardships, especially when it is in our power to help their recovery. If you are pro-business, then be proactive by showing Shore Hotel your support tonight. We need them and they need us. Please vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Shannon on behalf of Jing Liu.
Hello?
And Shannon, you're now off mute, and you may begin your comment.
Yes, you can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners and staff. Please approve the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. I am a resident of Santa Monica and a full-time tenured instructor of Santa Monica College. I teach geography, oceanography, geospatial technology. I am in full support of the affordable microhotel rooms, which are a critical component to this CUP project. It is incredible that the Shore Hotel has partnered with the Surf Bus Foundation to provide coastal access and education to underserved youth about our oceans and beaches. Low-income families should be able to experience the coast without fear of financial costs, physical barriers, or feelings of not belonging. Santa Monica's history has taught us that. Participants of this youth program will receive free lodging and meals during each of their 12 stays throughout the year. So please support Shore Hotel's request for the CUP. Thank you for your time. Jing Liu, PhD, Professor of Geography and Geospatial Technology Program, Earth Science Department at Santa Monica College. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, our next caller is Raul Macias, and Raul is our first caller of the night who had registered for Spanish translation. So Elizabeth, please stand by as I welcome Raul into the meeting. And Raul, you are now off mute, and you may begin your statement.
Buenas noches.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ok. Mi nombre es Raúl Macías y yo trabajo en el Holiday Inn. He trabajado ahí por más de 22 años. Soy bartender. Los trabajadores y la comunidad de Santa Mónica han luchado duro durante años para proteger el acceso a la costa en el Shore Hotel.
¿Me permite, cada vez que pause yo voy a traducir? Hello, my name is Raul Macias and I work at Holiday Inn. I've been working there for 22 years and we and the workers have been protecting coastal access.
Ok. El Shore ilegalmente demolió 2 moteles de bajo costo y los reemplazó con lujoso Shore Hotel.
The Shore illegally demolished 2 low-cost hotels and replaced them with 2 high-cost hotels.
Finalmente, después de muchos años de lucha, la Comisión Costera le exigió pagar una multa de $15 millones.
Finally, after several years, the Coastal Commission fined them with a $15 million fine.
La Comisión Costera también les exigió que proporcionen cuartos también de bajo costo y no le están proporcionando.
And the Coastal Commission also required that they offer low-cost rooms, and they aren't doing it so far.
¿Y eso por qué? Porque les encanta apoyar el acceso a la costa. Si eso fuera la razón, lo hubieran hecho desde un principio.
And they do this because they like to give them access to the coast. And if that's what was going to be done, it should have been done right from the get-go.
Dado su comportamiento al pasado, ¿cómo sabemos si en realidad ellos van a seguir las condiciones que la ciudad podría exigirles en el futuro?
So, given their their past behavior, how are we going to know that they're going to follow the instructions set to them?
Muchas gracias, Comisión, por escucharme. Que pase buenas noches.
Thank you very much, Commission, for listening to me. Good night.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. And Elizabeth, please stand by for our next caller, is Cesar de la Cruz. And Cesar, you're now live in the meeting, and you may begin your comment.
Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Cesar de la Cruz, and I am a member of United Local 11. I support the idea of providing affordable rooms, but not allow the hotel to take advantage of the city, to make the rest of the property even more expensive and exclusive. This hotel paid $50 million of violation of the coastal ACT. Do not reward them with our luxury amenities. Please reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Kristen Solms. And I believe that I'm going to unmute Kristen, but I believe there was a statement being read on her behalf. Hello, welcome to the meeting.
Hello. Hello. Hi, yes. My name is Kristen Solms. I work at Shore Hotel in the finance department as an accounting manager. I joined the team at Shore in July 2013 and fell in love with the core values, mission, and opportunities that were offered to employees. Over the years, I've witnessed our ownership genuinely care about people, the environment, contributing to the greater good of society and community, while being a supporter of local initiatives, programs, and services. This is a family-run business who invests in training, safety, education for all employees. We celebrate successes, support one another during time of need, encourage one another, and always look for ways to make things better for our guests and employees. The Farzam family have provided me with opportunities beyond what I've experienced that allow a balance between work and life which is rare to find in hospitality. I'm grateful to work for a company with amazing medical benefits, to have a 401k plan with company match and loan options that really helped my family during the pandemic. They paid for me to attend UCLA Extension for accounting principles, to earn my certification in hospitality training, and over 25 hospitality training courses. What makes this conditional use permit important? Enhancing the services of the property will not only bring more value to the guest experience, but it will also solidify the reason, point, purpose of being a hospitality hub that represents the best for the city of Santa Monica. For the community, it will open additional jobs in the area while also serving as a local destination to connect with family, friends, colleagues, and or associates while enjoying delicious food and beverage offerings in a beautiful West Coast setting. Professionally, I'm looking forward to servicing the guests and community with the enhancements. Personally, I hope a fair decision is made and that decision makers clearly see and appreciate the value of approving these plans. Please vote to approve the Shore Hotel's proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Jonah Breslau. Jonah, you're now live in the meeting and you may begin your statement.
Hi, my name is Jonah Breslau. I work at Lane, the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy. And I worked at Shore Hotel from 2014 to 2016. And some of my coworkers and I realized that the hotel was violating its conditions of approval and failing to provide the affordable access that it promised the community and the Coastal Commission. We won a huge victory at the Coastal Commission, which led to the Commission's largest ever fine and substantial mitigation for the loss of affordable rooms. But today's proposal will not, in fact, increase affordable access at the site. Even without the approvals before you today, the Shore is required to provide 72 affordable rooms. The 14 rooms are included in that number. And this requirement exists to mitigate for the fact that the Shore illegally demolished 2 affordable motels, which a judge found was due to a bait and switch. And that mitigation is not up for debate. So again, this requirement to provide affordable rooms is not in fact before you today. Only the question of whether they should be allowed to have specifically a 14-room micro hotel and luxury amenities. And these amenities go against the general plan and the Shore Hotel's original conditional use permit. A key question before you is whether the Shore should be able to change their permits to provide these amenities. But the burden of proof, as you've heard, is on them to show that they should be allowed to. And I've heard no evidence of what has significantly changed since their initial approvals. Amenities like 2 bars, a restaurant with entertainment, and massage services are not suited to a limited amenity hotel like the Shore. In fact, their current proposal appears to seek to alter the character of the hotel to compete with, as you heard, the best of Santa Monica. I just want to reiterate, too, that there is an entire category of hotels called select service hotels, which is well known in the industry. Motels, extended stays, Holiday Inn Express, Best Westerns. These sorts of hotels often do not have restaurants, and they do tend to be cheaper because there's less demand to have less services. And so I urge the commissioners to go to a Holiday Inn Express in most normal markets and ask for massage or room service or other luxury amenities. I think you will find that it's quite...
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
Please deny their request for luxury amenities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breslau. I want to ask you the same question. I want to ask you, Jonah, the same question that I asked Danielle. Are you taking a position if the cafe application had come from a third party?
I would have to review it more carefully. I mean, I think that, as Danielle said, obviously when Peter Trin applied, there was a CUP. It was reviewed by the commission. So I think I was a little unclear earlier when it was discussed. It seems like there was some implication that they might not need a CUP or any kind of review or approval if they wanted to add new amenities to the back of the hotel. But even if it was a third-party operator, we would want it to be reviewed and analyzed appropriately for its impacts on the goals of the Coastal Act.
I don't think that's
my thought. Without a specific...
Right. No, the issue was that it becomes an amenity because it's the hotel asking for it. it was not treated as an amenity when Mr. Trin applied, and so, an unaffiliated third-party applicant for the cafe would be reviewed like the Trin application was reviewed, but it wouldn't be treated as an amenity. That's my question.
Right, and I think, again, it's hard to speak to it without having an actual proposal.
Understood.
That's my thought.
Okay.
But as you may remember, I think Danielle and others had concerns about these issues when Peter Trin's proposal was before the commission.
Yes, understood. Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Our next caller is Leafa Warwick. Leafa, you're now live in the meeting, and you may begin your comment.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Leafa Warwick, and I have been with Shore Hotel family for 5 years now. And all of us employees, wholeheartedly pray that you support the Shore Hotel revitalization. But for me, this is personal. If any of you have ever been in the military, I was an Army wife in 1992, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. We would have to drive 2.5 hours to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, just for a day trip to the beach. And I hear you, for all the partners, all of the Shore Hotel partners that are here tonight. I hear you. I feel you, because I was that. Back in those days. And if we wanted to stay at the beach, we would have to drive 30 minutes outside of Myrtle Beach to find the cheapest roach coach motels, which were truck stops back in the day, which that's what we were calling it then, that we could afford. At this time, this Shore Hotel revitalization means a lot to me, because there are many families out there just like me that drives hours to get to Santa Monica Beach just to enjoy a day and return home because they can't afford a hotel room. So with this, now they can afford it without affordable rooms, which are currently there now anyways. And if any of you could visit our hotel, it is there, and you will see all the different faces that comes to our hotel now because of our affordable rooms. And with the amenities add on to it, like the commissioner that stated earlier, people just want to be away. People just want to feel special. And that's why I truly support this adding the restaurant. And there cannot be any better person to run the restaurants and all that but the Shore family. We've done it. We've been there all throughout the pandemic, and we're still here. And I can't see anybody else that could do a better job than that. And again, allow a family to enjoy this, just like my family went through. Allow someone and their children to enjoy this. And I hope that you vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Victoria Best. Victoria, you are now off mute and live in the meeting. You may begin your comment.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Best. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for almost 44 years. I've also been active with a community organization, Clue Santa Monica. I'm just checking to make sure I have unmuted my phone. Okay. I've been with Clue for nearly 7 years. I'm deeply invested in the Santa Monica community, and I've been following the actions of Shore Hotel since 2015. When they took over their current spot on Ocean Avenue, we lost 2 motels with dozens of affordable rooms, and now they're trying to upscale the property even more, thereby further restricting public access to the coast. They've been using the natural resources of California for their profit. I think Shore's actions and their overall business model can be seen as a land grab. Everywhere in our country, wealth continues to concentrate more and more at the top, while the quality of life for more and more persons deteriorates. I ask that you please reject this proposal from Shore Hotel. I see this issue as one of urgency for the well-being of the public. I firmly believe that everyone, rich and poor alike, should have access to our coast, and that means affordable lodging when they travel, sometimes for hours, to be able to gaze out on a horizon without obstruction, to breathe some ocean air, and to feel some measure of the peace and relief that a coast provides. Shore Hotel's attempts to grab more wealth at the expense of the public good should absolutely be blocked. Those proposed changes would not only add rooms, which they had already committed to, they would also substantially alter the character of the hotel to make it even more exclusive than it already is, with restaurants, bars, outdoor music, and massage services. But we don't need another luxury hotel. What we need, and have already significantly lost, are more affordable options for the public to be able to visit the coast. Please do not allow Shore Hotel to further erode the ability for a broad array of visitors to come to our coast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Megan Kasper. Megan, you're now live in the meeting and you may begin your statement. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Megan Kasper. My tech investment firm's office has been headquartered in Santa Monica for over 8 years, and we have a staff of 20 people who regularly frequent Ocean Avenue for breakfast and lunch, and our out-of-town guests stay in Santa Monica for meetings. Opening more dining options on Ocean Avenue and allowing affordable accommodation options would tremendously benefit our community. I encourage you to approve the Shore Hotel revitalization plan in Santa Monica. By their use of existing space to create more rooms, Shore Hotel's micro rooms, approved by the California Coastal Commission, are an efficient and environmentally friendly way of expanding availability and capacity to guests to stay on Ocean Avenue while increasing public access to the coast. Micro rooms, by definition, are not luxurious, and lots of limited amenity hotels offer food and beverages to the public. Shore Hotel is not bringing Michelin star chefs to their cafe, but instead they are offering our community with a much-needed affordable dining option. I urge you to approve the plan, as the hotel is serving our community of Santa Monica by being eco-conscious, inclusive, promoting diversity, and catering to its residents. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you.
Okay, our next caller was on the registration list for Spanish translation. Elizabeth, if you could stand by for our next 3 callers, actually. But the one we will be taking right now is Maria Espinoza. Maria, welcome to the meeting. You may begin your statement.
Hola. ¿Me escuchan?
Hello. Can you hear me?
¿Me escuchan? Ok. Mi nombre es María Espinoza y trabajo en Le Mérigos Hotel and Spa por 17 años y estoy viviendo en Santa Mónica por 13 años. Trabajo duro para hacer de Santa Mónica un lugar que la gente venga a visitar, pero las hermosas playas son una gran parte de lo que me encanta y que hace que sea más emocionante para otros venir aquí.
Hello, my name is Mariana Espinosa, and I've been working at the hotel for 17 years, and I've been living in Santa Monica for 13 years. I want to make Santa Monica a place where people can come and visit and enjoy the beach.
Los objetivos de la ley costera de proteger el acceso costero y nuestros recursos naturales son muy importantes para mí y mi familia.
The objectives of the coastal law are very important for me to protect our natural resources.
Le insisto a la Comisión de Planificación a que se asegure de que hagamos todo lo posible para defender los objetivos de la ley de costas en Santa Mónica y en Shore en particular. Opongan a la propuesta del Shore. Gracias.
And I insist the Planning Commission to defend the objectives of this Coastal Commission, and that's what I'm asking for the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Gloria Gonzalez. Gloria, you are now live in the meeting. Welcome. You may begin.
Ok, mi nombre es Gloria González y trabajo en el Proper Santa Mónica Hotel. He trabajado ahí por los últimos 2 años.
Hello, my name is Gloria Gonzalez, and I've been working in the last 2 years at the hotel. ¿Me puede repetir el hotel?
Proper Santa Mónica.
At Proper Santa Monica Hotel?
Ya, estos cambios de agregar restaurantes, bares y servicios de masajes va a tratar de poner el Shore Hotel en competencia con nuestras propiedades de lujo.
Adding these changes of restaurants, massages, and these services to the Shore Hotel are going to start competing with the luxury hotels.
El Downtown Community Plan dice que la ciudad animará una variedad de tipos de alojamiento a niveles de asequibilidad para proporcionar alojamiento durante la noche y el aspecto más amplio de visitantes.
The Downtown Commission says that it's going to promote a variety of affordable lodging and un alojamiento asequible. ¿Qué? Perdón, discúlpeme.
Para todos los visitantes.
For all the visitors to Santa Monica.
Yeah. Es fantástico que Santa Mónica tenga una gran cantidad de hoteles de lujo para los visitantes. Estoy orgullosa de ayudar y brindar los servicios de lujo en mi trabajo en el Hotel Proper Santa Mónica. Pero necesitamos más opciones para que los viajeros en Santa Mónica, no en otro hotel de lujo. Por favor, rechace esta propuesta.
And here at Santa Monica, the variety of luxury hotels we have it. So, and it's important for the visitors. And since I've been working here at the Propel Hotel of Santa Monica, and it offers these luxury services to the visitors, so I propose that you reject the proposal.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. And our next caller is Edith Garcia. Edith, welcome to the meeting. You may begin your statement.
Buenas noches.
Good night. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Soy Edith García y trabajo en el Hotel Los 32 años.
Hello, my name is Edith Garcia, and I've been working at the hotel for 22 years.
Y soy residente de Santa Mónica por 26 años.
So I am the resident of Santa Monica for 26 years now.
Por favor, rechace todas las partes de la propuesta del Hotel Shore.
Please reject all the proposals of the Shore Hotel.
La mayoría de las empresas se esfuerzan por seguir las reglas.
The majority of the companies usually break the rules.
El Hotel Shore no lo hace y muchas empresas están luchando en este momento sin tener la culpa.
The Hotel Shore is doing this, and a lot of the companies are suffering because of this.
El Hotel Shore no les permita agregar restaurantes y otros servicios. Gracias.
And don't allow Hotel Shore to add restaurants and other services.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Aditi Shakarwar. And Aditi, I apologize for any mispronunciation, but you're live in the meeting and you may begin.
Thank you so much. Good evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Aditi. I'm here representing Sunrise Movement Los Angeles, which is a environmental justice and climate justice organization. And I also work in the city of Santa Monica. I'm here today to urge the Planning Commission to reject Shore Hotel's proposal to add more luxury amenities to their property. We know that Shore Hotel is not a good actor. In 2019, the California Coastal Commission fined the Shore Hotel an unprecedented $15 million for illegally demolishing 2 affordable motels and replacing them with a high-end Shore Hotel. This was a violation of the California Coastal Act. Because of that, they are now adding 14 affordable rooms, but they are also trying to use this as an opportunity to ask Santa Monica for permission to add many more luxury amenities, which will make the whole hotel more expensive and run completely contradictory to the Coastal Commission's ask, which was to make the hotel more affordable, not less. As an environmental justice organization, it's important to us that everyone has access to enjoy our environment. The coast is a huge part of California and Santa Monica identity. Please make sure that all people can enjoy the coast by rejecting the Shore Hotel's attempt to further upscale their hotel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next caller had registered for translation, so Elizabeth, please stand by. It's Armida Chavez. Hello, Armida. You are now in the meeting, and you may begin your statement.
Sí, hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Armida. Soy miembro del local 11 y trabajo en el Hotel Viceroy y tengo 29 años trabajando.
Hello, my name is Armida, and I'm a member of Local 11, and I've been working at the Viceroy Hotel for 29 years.
Estoy muy orgullosa de trabajar para los hoteles y para Santa Mónica, de vivir ahí. Santa Mónica es un lugar hermoso, un lugar para vivir, para visitar. Y cada vez más difícil visitar las costas de cualquier lugar de California.
I'm very proud to be working at this hotels and living in Santa Monica. And nowadays it's harder to visit in California the coasts.
Sí, y no puedo ni poder pagar para quedarme en un hotel en Santa Mónica a pesar de que trabajo mucho.
And
en Santa Mónica.
I can't pay to stay at a hotel in Santa Monica.
Sí, es en un lugar hermoso para vivir y visitar, pero cada día es más difícil la costa en cualquier lugar de California.
And it's a beautiful place and a beautiful place to live, but it's getting harder and harder to be able to do that here in California.
Okay, no permita que esto de desarrolladores agreguen más las comodidades de lujo en el hotel o Shore Hotel cuando necesitamos un acceso de mucho más accesibles en la costa. Gracias.
Please do not allow that these developers add these luxurious amenities. Please don't make it more expensive here in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Gracias. Good night.
Thank you. Our next caller is Irma Carranza. Irma, welcome to the meeting. You may begin your comment.
Oh, give me 1 second. Great. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Irma Carranza. I am a longtime resident of Santa Monica. I would like to ask that you deny the conditional use permit submitted by the Shore Hotel to add luxury amenities. The Shore Hotel was granted city entitlements to operate as a lower cost, limited amenity hotel. However, how the hotel owners have behaved from the beginning by eliminating low-cost rooms reminds me of landlords that remove a tenant claiming they need to move into a unit, only to just let time pass and make the unit market rate, which was the intention all along. The Shore Hotel had no intention of being a low-cost hotel operator. And now, in order to comply with the Coastal Commission, they plan to build a micro hotel. But this isn't really what equity and inclusion looks like. This reminds me of school many years ago when students who were on a free lunch were clearly identified by either where they sat in the cafeteria or the type of food they had access to, and students with money had access to much more choices. I ask the Commission to not allow the luxury amenities that will only continue to increase the access gap between the haves and have-nots. The space where they want to build amenities can be used to build affordable rooms in comparable size, look, and feel to the hotel's regular rooms. Santa Monica's work on equity, inclusion, and a city that says welcomes all needs to look as such in its built environment. Also, it would be good to know if the hotel is allowing other nonprofits to book for free, or if the one nonprofit mentioned over and over this evening has exclusive rights to those free nights. There are a number of nonprofits in Santa Monica that work with at-risk youth, so the hotel should have a rotating youth system to allow other youth groups to have access to those free night stays. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Our next caller is Ryan Olejas. Ryan, you are now live in the meeting. Welcome. You may begin your statement.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. First of all, thank you guys for your time. I know it's a thankless job and you're going to be here all night, so I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I'm a resident and business owner here in Santa Monica. Ever since I got to the city, I've served in many roles. I was a chair of the Merchants Association of Montana. I've served with a homeless charity here that sweeps the beaches every day, West Coast Care. We put together hygiene kits. I currently serve on the Santa Monica Chamber Board as well as my other colleague that was on here earlier. You know, one of the things I want to say personally is when we put together, in 2019, we put together 5,000 amenity kits to help work with the local homeless different groups here in Santa Monica. And the Shore Hotel and Jerry, the manager, GM there, was one of the first people to jump forward and really help us in helping put these kits together and really helping battle homelessness here in Santa Monica. You know, we have a lot of great positive responses, and I think that it's, you know, I think it's unfortunate that they're being judged right now by something that happened so many years ago. You know, you've heard from some of their staff. I feel like they've righted their wrongs. I mean, everybody makes mistakes. I know it was an egregious one, but, you know, the Coastal Commission certainly slapped them with that. And so I think that going back in time and saying that just because there's mistakes made in the past, they're going to make mistakes in the future, I think is not really, you know, it's not really fair. I will say that I support this revitalization project. I urge you guys to do the same. I think that these rooms are definitely needed. We need to give more access to more people here along the coast that can afford these. I don't want to speak negatively, but I don't think that like these rooms being added are going to all of a sudden make the Shore Hotel a luxury hotel. I mean, if you're involved in the hotels here in Santa Monica and you look at some of the hotels that offer tremendous amenities are considered luxury hotels, and they're in a totally different price point. I could name them off. We don't need to do that. But I mean, so I don't think that adding a cafe and spa treatment or massage, by the way, there's so much talk about massage. I feel like my neck is tightening up here. So, you know, we might.
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Our next caller has registered for translation, and it's Magali Arvea. Magali, welcome to the meeting, and you may begin your statement.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, my name is Magali Arvea. Y trabajo en el Fairmont Miramar Hotel as a housekeeper for 10 years.
Hello, my name is Magali Arvea, and I've been working at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel for 10 years.
Como trabajadora hotelera, conozco mejor que nadie las dificultades que plantea la crisis del COVID.
As a hotel worker, I more than anybody know what the COVID pandemic has brought on to all of us.
Yo estuve sin trabajo por 14 meses y desafortunadamente también de paso perdí a mis 2 suegros por el COVID.
And I was I didn't have a job 14 months, and I lost my mother and father-in-law.
Sin embargo, las dificultades financieras que han enfrentado esta empresa durante la pandemia no son razón suficiente para cambiar nuestro código a los permisos de este hotel.
However, the financial hardship that this hotel has been having doesn't merit changing the code.
En el beneficio de este único propietario, el Shore Hotel no es un buen actor. La ciudad no está obligada a conceder por su solicitud de restaurantes o bares. Por favor, opongan a esta solicitud.
It's to the sole benefit of the owner, and this owner has shown that it's not a good player. So the city doesn't need to add all these restaurants and things it's asking for. So I ask you to deny this proposal.
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Guillermo Cordero. He is also registered for translation. Welcome to the meeting, Guillermo. You may begin your statement.
Buenas noches, comisionados y personal. Mi nombre es Guillermo Cordero. Soy residente de Santa Mónica desde más de 15 años y llamo en apoyo del plan de revitalización del Shore Hotel.
Hello, good night. My name is Guillermo Cordero, and I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 15 years, and I'm calling to support the revitalization project of the hotel.
El Shore Hotel ha servido continuamente a nuestra comunidad de Santa Mónica, generando ingresos para la ciudad, creando empleos, proporcionando acceso asequible a la costa.
The Shore Hotel has been serving the community of Santa Monica, and it has generated jobs, and it's been serving the community.
Y se ha asociado con organizaciones sin fines de lucro para construir asociaciones con programas comunitarios para jóvenes y escuelas públicas con presupuestos limitados para aumentar el acceso a educación marina para niños de comunidades marginadas.
It also is partnered with nonprofit organizations, and it's been favoring the youth and schools and with its budgets.
La pandemia ha impactado negativamente a muchas empresas pequeñas y grandes, y es por eso que le pido a la Comisión que apruebe la CUP solicitada para el Shore Hotel.
And the pandemic has negatively impacted small and medium-sized companies. So I am calling to support the CUP for the Shore Hotel.
El hotel es una pequeña empresa familiar que ha sufrido los impactos de la pandemia y necesitarán que la ciudad apoye sus esfuerzos para prosperar, convirtiendo el espacio dentro del hotel en 14 habitaciones adicionales.
The hotel is a small family business that has been affected by the pandemic, and so extending this with 14 additional rooms.
De microhotel asequibles, una cafetería con bar y patio, restaurante que podrá atender al público y contará con música, con baile para eventos relacionados con el restaurante y servicio personalizado para masajes dentro del hotel.
And becoming an affordable micro hotel. And by providing this, the coffee and live music and dancing and as a personalized service.
Espero que apoyen este negocio local cuyo principal objetivo es crear empleos, generar ingresos para la ciudad y que sean buenos socios comunitarios. Gracias por su tiempo y consideración. Good night.
And I hope that you support this business because it's one that's going to generate revenue. And so I thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Jason Islas. Jason, you're now off mute and live in the meeting, and you may begin your statement.
Good evening, Chair Landris and Commissioners. My name is Jason Islas. I'm a resident of the Pico neighborhood, also from here, grew up in Santa Monica. I'm calling tonight as a representative of the community group Santa Monica Forward. I'm calling to reiterate Santa Monica Forward's position that we ask that you deny the proposal before you. We believe that we've heard over and over again about the history, and there's just a significant lack of trust, I believe. The truth is that we at Santa Monica Forward believe that there's not necessarily a good faith understanding that these amenities won't lead to increasing room rates and further eroding accessible, affordable accommodations. And given the hotelier's track record, we are concerned that the past will be a good indication of future behavior. As you know, Santa Monica Forward has in the past is happy to support projects that ask for amendments and variations and such actions when the applicant demonstrates significant contributions to community goals and good faith engagement with the community, and we don't believe that's what's happening here. So once again, we ask you to deny the application and thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
I have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Mr. Islas, do you not believe the Coastal Commission can effectively monitor the 72 affordable units?
That's not my. I can't speak to that. I feel that I don't have enough knowledge about their processes for monitoring.
I asked that question because you indicated that you didn't really believe that this is going to go forward in good faith on the affordable units. So I thought maybe you had an impression about that.
Well, I mean, I think also there's the issue of the overall impact on the hotel as a whole, not just those particular units.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a follow-up question. The forward letter, unlike some other letters that we received, specifically referred to the proposed micro units as substandard. Is Forward taking a position on micro units, or is it taking a position on the amenities, or both?
I believe, I mean, the letter speaks for itself. I can't say specifically if we're taking a position on both. My particular concern is around the amenities, and when this letter was written, I believe the organizational chairs also included the rooms, but I don't have an opinion on that personally.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're ready for our next caller.
Okay. Our next caller is Carl Holman. Carl, welcome to the meeting. You may begin your statement.
Hello, Commissioner. My name is Carl Holman. I've lived on the west side in Malibu since 1974. I remember the Sands Hotel downtown Santa Monica, or downtown Santa Monica, Demo High, and the pier before it was destroyed. Over the years, I've seen the changes in Santa Monica. I'm in support of the Shore Hotel renovation plan and encourage the commissioners to approve the plan. It is a family-owned, operated small business rather than a big corporate hotel. I am happy to be employed at the Shore Hotel since 2011. As we have high wages, great medical, 401 match, and many other benefits. Despite being hit hard by the pandemic, I learned that Shore Hotel was able to retain over 100 of their employees and allowed them to retain their work benefits when many businesses had either closed their doors or reduced their staff. In addition, Shore Hotel goal of 20% local employment through hiring programs through local nonprofit organization and Santa Monica College will continually benefit Santa Monica's employment rate as the city recovers from COVID-19. I request the Planning Commission to approve the conversion of the unused space within the hotel into the additional 14 affordable micro rooms with the cafe and the bar and patio. The proposed plans will allow the hotel to use the rooms to host days for educational programs several times annually at little or no cost.
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, how are we doing in terms of people, how many people left and all that? Just to give us a kind of a head.
Right now, in the current queue, we seem to have maybe like 12 or 15 left.
Okay.
We could have others joining because, again, we had a very large registration list, but who's with us currently is the number's getting smaller.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much.
Sure thing. Our next caller is Lupe Stevenson, who has also requested translation tonight. Welcome to the meeting, Lupe. You may begin your comments. Hello, Lupe? Is translation tonight.
No.
Welcome to
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Maria Stevenson, or Lupe Stevenson. I've been working at the Miramar Hotel for 22 years, and I'm a union member, Local 11. And what I've been hearing about this project is they're trying to do restaurant, they're trying to do the spa, they're trying to do the bar. And for you guys to pass this, because the Coastal Commission, they giving them the permits before you guys, we have to think twice because this company is, like you can see, is not legit. So I don't support this Shore Hotel, and that's all I can say. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next caller is Claudia Aguilera. Claudia, you're now off mute and in the meeting. You may begin.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Claudia Aguilera. I'm an organizer at Unite Here Local 11 and a former hotel worker. We have fought for years to protect affordable access to the coast here in Santa Monica. And I want to ask why the Planning Commission will consider a conditional use permit that permits massage services, live entertainment, or the supposed public cafe to offer a full bar when the coastal development permit that the Coastal Commission just used it doesn't even mention those proposals. The 9-seat bar amplifies sound and massage services were not mentioned in the CDP. Regarding the smaller bar, the CDP mentions a public cafe or a new restaurant fronting 2nd Street, which is contrasted with a restaurant with bar. Towards the front of the hotel, it defines common sense that coastal commissioners authorize another bar in the back of the hotel when they clearly envision a standard coffee shop. Not mention exists at all of the other services or amenities. So not only is the Planning Commission not required to approve those luxury amenities, we ask whether those uses are even allowed under this CDP. Please reject the Shore Hotel's proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Ashley Gonzalez. Ashley, welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes for your comments.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ashley Gonzalez. I'm a faith-rooted organizer for the Santa Monica Committee with CLUE, which is Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I've been there for about 2 years. As we've heard today, we've been working around the shore for much longer than that as well. As CLUE, we have stood in solidarity with low-income workers, immigrants, and their families for over 25 years. In my Christian tradition, we prioritize sharing our resources equitably while also keeping our marginalized sisters and brothers in mind. It is for this reason that CLUE Santa Monica asks that you reject this proposal for luxury amenities and protect our coast for more travelers to have the opportunity to experience our Santa Monica coast. I'd also really like to stress that we have a broad coalition who oppose the expansion and proposal, like CLUE, Santa Monica Forward, Downtown Santa Monica Inc., Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights, the NRDC, Food and Water Action, LA Waterkeeper, Congressman Ted Lieu, and the Santa Monica Democratic Club. And I thank you so much for this time and ask that you reject this proposal.
I have a question. Ashley, are you saying that Downtown Santa Monica opposes the entire proposal?
I can't speak on behalf of them all.
You just said that they were.
I just know that they're a part of. They are a part of our coalition who opposes the expansion proposal.
Right.
Okay, Ashley, can we clarify here? You've made reference to a number of we've received letters from a number of the folks whom you mentioned, including Congressmember Ted Lieu, specifically distinguishing between the micro units and the amenities. So could I just ask you to clarify what your coalition's position is and what CLUE's position is so that we have it on the record?
Yes, I don't want to speak for everyone, but for CLUE, we really oppose giving the shore more amenities when they haven't complied with the luxury, because they took away all of the luxury, because they took away the affordable rooms. We would really like for that to be restored. It's essential to us that the coast is available for all of our community members, and a lot of that happens when we have more affordable rooms and quality communication with our partners in Santa Monica.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Luis Flores. Luis, welcome to the meeting. You may begin your statement.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Luis Flores, and I am calling in support of the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. Shore Hotel continually serves our Santa Monica community by generating revenue to the city, creating jobs, providing affordable access to the coast, and has partnered with nonprofit organizations to build partnerships with community youth programs and public schools with limited budgets to increase access to marine education for children and underserved communities. The proposed plan will allow the hotel to use the rooms to host stays for educational programs several times annually at little to no cost. Having grown up in East Los Angeles as a youth, I wish more businesses would have taken the approach that Shore Hotel has, as it provides the youth with opportunities many of us take for granted. I hope you support this local business whose main aim is to create jobs, generate revenue for the city, and also be good community partners. Please vote yes, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is Mark Vargas. Mark, you are now live in the meeting, and you may begin your statement.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Mark Vargas, and I'm a former Coastal Commissioner who participated in the hearings on the Shore Hotel in 2019. I'd like to provide my perspective from that time and perhaps challenge today's...
Mark, we can barely hear you. Can we let him start so we can hear him?
Sure. Is this a little bit better?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry
Yeah,
about
can
that.
we give him his time and let him start? Thanks.
The clock is reset.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mark Vargas. I'm a former Coastal Commissioner who participated in the hearings on the Shore Hotel in 2019. I'd like to provide my perspective from that time and perhaps challenge today's whitewashing of the history of this hotel development from the applicant. At the time of the hearings, we heard in painstaking detail about how the applicant lied to the Coastal Commission and demolished 2 affordable hotels without a permit to do so. They then built a quote-unquote luxury hotel, their words not mine, again without Coastal Commission permission. In essence, by demolishing the motor lodges without permission, they stole low-cost housing units from the citizens of Santa Monica and the state of California. The Shore Hotel is now adding affordable accommodations and providing community groups with access, not because of their own goodwill, but because we forced them to do so. During our hearings, we heard from hotel employees that spoke out against the hotel and subsequently suffered retribution from their employer. While we did provide an after-the-fact permit along with heavy fines, this was only after we contemplated demolishing the structure as a remedy, which at the time was one of the most egregious violations in the history of the Coastal Act. I urge you to only approve the bare minimum needed to comply with the Coastal Commission penalties and not provide a bad actor with additional amenities. Don't be fooled. This operator has no inherent desire to take care of low-cost visitors. If they're asking for amenities, it's probably because it will enhance the luxury experience for the rich customers that they really care about. Thank you.
Mark, can I ask you a couple questions? Thank you. Thank you for your very clear testimony, and that's really helpful. I'm sort of going to ask you the same question I'm asking everyone, which is, do you think, or do you know, based on your experience serving on the Coastal Commission, that providing these amenities is somehow makes it a luxury hotel, or somehow I understand the position about, look, they were a bad actor in your guys' opinion, and this fine was levied. I'm just really trying to and I don't really have any issue with the migraine. I'm really wrapping my head around the amenity issue. Do you have any insight on that? Was that something you saw as you guys were dealing with other low-cost issues in the coastal zone?
Look, thank you very much, and I appreciate the question. Ultimately, it will be your decision. As you know, some of these things are a little vague. However, I think it stretches the boundaries of reason to consider a massage amenity as anything but luxury.
And what about the restaurants?
What we've seen before, again, is that there were attempts to basically build things and then ask against the rules and beg for permission later, or beg for forgiveness later. And I feel like what we're seeing here is kind of the culmination of an actor that kind of seems to wants to shed the past and not think about the fact of what they've gotten here. What's built there right now is built because they destroyed 2 motor lodges that were a pretty sizable chunk of the low-cost accommodations in Santa Monica. So, it's really tough to say, well, maybe the amenities will only add a few dollars more to the price of their $800 a night hotels. Sure, but you have to think about it in the context of what was already taken away from the public. And at least that's in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your service on the Coastal Commission, which I know is not an easy job.
Bye.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we can keep going.
Our next caller is Tony Dennis. Tony, welcome to the meeting. You may begin your statement.
Good evening, Commissioners. I've been sitting here and listening to this entire conversation going on back and forth. There's a lot of false statements. I'm going to quote you some facts that are happening at the Shore Hotel. Okay? First of all, I'm a long-time employee there, and the Shore Hotel supports my activities, my goals, provided positive, clean, and safe environment, especially in these times we are in now. The Shore is also a great partner who brought COVID testing to the Shore community, to the Santa Monica community and employees, and allowed the public and anyone else to come and get tested at the hotel. Many don't know, during the pandemic, the Shore offered essential workers, medical heroes, reduced rates at the hotel, and sometimes they were given free rooms. The Shore regularly donates free food to pantries, low-income families, and partnered with Earth Bus Foundation. The Shore Hotel continues to provide affordable rooms for low-income families and sometimes free rooms to community youth programs, public schools with limited budgets to increase coastal access. Some people on the line have been saying that we have expensive rooms. The last gentleman saying $800. I could say another word that would describe that, but I won't. There's no rooms at the hotel that are $800. I've been there for nearly 9 years. Okay, that did exist maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but not now. If you look at the rate we're charging right now for affordable rooms, we have 72 of them. There's about 48 hotels in Santa Monica. I bet you can't find a room on Ocean Avenue for the price that we're charging for the affordable rooms. We have 72. We are going to add to that to make it 86. So what are people complaining about? The previous 2 hotels that were on that site only combined 72 rooms. We are going to add 12.
Thank you. That has been 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, there'll now be 86 rooms. Okay. So the people need.
Thank you.
Okay, our next caller is Sion Roy. I apologize if that was a mispronunciation. Sion?
No worries.
You are live. You may begin your comment.
Thank you. My name is Cheyenne Roy. I'm a Santa Monica College trustee and a candidate for Assembly in Assembly District 50. A diverse group that includes me, Congressman Ted Lieu, and the Santa Monica Democratic Club have all weighed in, and you've heard a lot of the commentary in opposition to Shore Hotel's attempt to upscale the property, increase costs, and then therefore restrict affordable access to the coast. The proposed changes to Shore Hotel's permits don't just add rooms, which the coalition that is against this proposal are okay with the extra micro rooms that are part of the mitigation. But the proposal also asks to substantially alter the character of the hotel to try to make it compete with the highest end properties in Santa Monica with restaurants, bars, outdoor music, and massage services. But we don't need another luxury hotel. We need more options for a broad array of visitors to affordably experience Santa Monica. Since 1989, California has lost almost 25,000 low-cost overnight accommodations. Coastal access for all but the wealthiest travelers faces an existential threat along our coast. The luxury Shore Hotel, as it exists today, was once the site of 2 motels that made up 35% of the low-cost visitor accommodations lost in the city of Santa Monica between 1992 and 2018. We should do everything we can to make Santa Monica's coast available and affordable to as diverse a group as possible. unnecessarily upscaling the Shore Hotel goes directly against this mission. Please reject this proposal. Thank you for your time.
I have a question.
Right. Yeah.
So thank you. How would you feel if there was some assurance that the restaurant we're adding, which will provide food to people staying in the hotel, was moderately priced?
I think, you can piecemeal all the different amenities for sure. I think that.
Well, there are only two.
Right. I think given the hotel's history of being a bad actor, negotiating on these and on this type of amenities, I'm not confident. I think many of the people in opposition are not confident that negotiating, say moderately priced, meals, that the hotel will act in good faith going forward and not, upscale. We've already seen them be not in compliance in the past. And so I think that's a huge part of the opposition to the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Roy, is there anything that today, right, so there are 72 rooms that are covenanted, for lack of a better term, right? They're conditioned to be moderately priced, and then they paid the fee to the city of. Couldn't they just today, regardless of whether or not they have these new restaurants and massage, jack up the prices of those other rooms?
In a marketplace, so of course, but in a marketplace, we all know, people are going to, if you provide more amenities, then you can mark up the rooms to a greater amount. Obviously it's people come and they pay for something and they expect something more. So if you have increased luxurious amenities, the expectation they expect that the price can be increased more than what they could do in a competitive market now without those luxurious amenities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shai. All right, let's keep going.
Next caller is Vivian Romero. Vivian, you're now off mute. Welcome to the meeting. You may begin.
Commissioners and staff, hear me okay? Hello?
We can hear
you.
you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Thank you. I'm one of the community outreach coordinators for the Shore Hotel. I wanted to take a moment to mention that the project has garnered much support from groups like the Pico Neighborhood Association, as you know, the Surf Bus Foundation, the Chamber, representatives who spoke in support, the Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors support it, as well as many residents and members of the public. Our outreach team did submit to the city 123 printed support cards. I hope they were collected and distributed amongst you. These were collected while we canvassed. We turned in 100 digital letters of support from residents, 34 personalized letters of support in addition to the groups I mentioned a moment ago. I just wanted to communicate that of the majority of residents that we spoke to, they were all highly in favor of this project. These residents were enthusiastic about the 14 affordable micro hotel rooms that are in addition to the current 72 affordable rooms that were mentioned by a number of speakers. This will enable the Shore Hotel to host those disadvantaged youth with those free meals and free lodging in partnership with the Surf Bus Foundation. I want to thank those members of the public, especially our residents and all the employees of Shore and all the organizations who supported this project. I know this is up for your consideration tonight. Everybody's been waiting hours to speak. I want to thank you all for your time, to the staff, and just say that by approving tonight, you're going to offer some of these employees premier benefits and assist them and assist the hotel on the road to recovery post-pandemic. I know there's many speakers in opposition that keep stating it's a luxury hotel. it's a moderately priced accommodation in comparison to Shutters, Casa del Mar, Viceroy, Fairmont.
Thank you. That has been
Those
2
are
minutes.
upscale hotels. Thanks for your action
Thank
tonight
you.
and your approval would
Thank you.
be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Sarah and Diana Arias. Sarah and Diana, just a reminder, if you're both on the line, you only have 2 minutes total for the two of you. But welcome to the meeting, and you may begin.
Yes, hello. Good evening, Commission. My name is Sarah Arias. I'm here also with my wife, Diana. I just wanted to say I've been a local resident for the last 10 years and have definitely enjoyed living in this beautiful community. I'm just asking to also support the Shore Hotel because I'd like to point out that they've also been belittled by the Unite Here union, and they've also spread misinformation. I'm sorry, the Unite Here union has spread misinformation about the hotel via text, via social media, and emails and so forth. And they also have been spending thousands of dollars in union dues and just basically attacking small businesses because the Shore Hotel is a non-union hotel. So I just ask that you take a closer look at the letters that the Unite Here have posted online, and they show that they were written and signed by people who were not even residents of Santa Monica. These people weren't even impacted. They don't live or work here, but they wrote fake letters to oppose the Shore Hotel's project, and that's unfortunate. So I'm just asking that you make the decision to please vote yes to save local jobs and preserve family-owned businesses, and make the commitment tonight to improve our city economically. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and I wish you all a good night.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Albin Elitz. Hello, Albin. You are now live in the meeting,
Yes.
and you may begin your statement.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alvin Goetz. I'm a 18-year resident of Santa Monica. I wear several hats in the community on boards and commissions, but tonight I'm speaking strictly on behalf of myself. I feel that we should support this application wholeheartedly. It accomplishes three major things. It is number one, it is in line with our values as a community about inclusivity and making sure that our amenities and the benefits of being in Santa Monica are available to everybody of all income levels. Number two, it is in line with our objectives for economic recovery. Our small businesses, of which this is one, have taken a huge hit over the past year and a half. They need everything they can to fully recover. And in the hotel world, we as a community benefit from the TOT that is collected for overnight stays. That goes into our general fund, which helps pay for fire, schools, police, etc. So we definitely need them back at full throttle. And number three, no one else has mentioned this yet, but that area of 2nd Street is a dead block. This achieves the planning goal of activating 2nd Street on the west side between Broadway and Colorado. There's nothing going on that stretch of 2nd Street. It is not a pleasant experience walking down. There's nothing going on. There's nothing to do. It's anchored by, I think, a bank and McDonald's. We need something in the middle there to actually bring that to life and enhance the visitor experience in that part of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Diana McAllister. Diana, you're off mute and live in the meeting. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. I just wanted to throw my support for the Shore Hotel. I've been on this call for a while now, and, you know, having vacancies throughout Santa Monica has been very disturbing. That one has been sitting there vacant for years. This whether it be the Shore Hotel or another company coming in, which obviously they haven't. So the Shore Hotel is taking that chance and expanding their business to further beautify, give more restaurants to us in the community. I think it's a wonderful thing. And it's going to be not open to the guests, but also to the general public. And after, obviously, COVID, we all know that small businesses have been hurting. And I'm hearing all these corporations have their employees attack a hotel, which, you know, obviously they're threatened that someone's going to come in with smaller, affordable pricing. And if they're going to do the micro hotel, then those give the people who don't have that much money the option to go to Santa Monica and go enjoy the amenities that the community has. So they've already paid the price. They've already paid their due for the mistake that they've made. We have to move on from that. Let them show us. That's why you guys have all the regulations. Santa Monica is very good at overseeing things and making sure people stay on the up and up and doing their job. Do that. So the Shore Hotel is saying, hey, listen, we've screwed up. They've learned their lesson. We have to honor that. That's the whole point of helping out the whole community, like we always do between the homeless and every other person in low rent and so forth. So give them a chance. Let's put their best foot forward and make this happen, because vacant buildings and stuff, it just attracts more problems. Thank you. I'm absolutely 100% in support of the hotel for everything they need.
Thank you.
Hello?
Our next caller is Michael Bernstein. Michael, you're live in the meeting, and you may begin your statements.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Michael Bernstein. I am calling in support of the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. The Shore Hotel has continually served the Santa Monica community by creating jobs and providing affordable access to the coast. Additionally, Shore Hotel has partnered with nonprofit organizations to build partnerships with community youth programs and public schools to increase access to marine education for children in undeserved communities. When the pandemic hit, as the hotel's general counsel, I witnessed firsthand how Shore ownership responded. While many other local hotels closed their doors, the Shore Hotel remained open. It was very important to ownership to remain open so that its employees could continue to earn a living, even if it meant operating at a loss. When occupancy fell to historically low levels and the hotel was forced to furlough employees, ownership insisted that furloughed employees maintain their health insurance at no cost to the employees. Ownership even created a fund using their own personal money that furloughed employees could access free of charge to pay for essentials like groceries and paying utility bills. In times of emergency, we see one's true colors. And I'm happy to say that the Shore Hotel's ownership's true concern for its employees shone brightly during the pandemic. I hope you support this local business whose main aim is to create jobs, generate revenue for the city, and are good community partners. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is Luan Kun. And I apologize for a mispronunciation there. Feel free to correct me, and you may begin your statements.
Hello, I'm going to be reading a letter on behalf of Long Khan. Good evening, Commission and staff. My name is Long Khan, and I've worked for Shore Hotel for 6 years, and I've lived in Santa Monica for 8 years. The letter serves as my full support of Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan, and I respectfully encourage the Planning Commission to approve the plan in its entirety. Despite being a family-owned and operated small business, Shore Hotel is taking great efforts to provide a positive, worker-friendly environment. Shore Hotel provides many benefits to employees and the community, such as consistently higher than average wages compared to other hospitality businesses in LA County, medical coverage, including dental and vision, offered to 100% of employees and their dependents to cover 83% of their monthly premium costs, 401k plans with 100% dollar-for-dollar matching, which no other LA hotel offers, and 100% tuition reimbursement with a $10,000 yearly average. Shore Hotel's goal of 20% local employment hiring programs through local nonprofit organizations and Santa Monica College will allow Santa Monica residents to enjoy the same benefits in the years to come. Everyone should take a lesson from the pandemic and reflect on all the events that have played out, because it has impacted a lot of people and businesses. The Shore Hotel's revitalization plan will encourage not only to increase the revenue to the city, but will create positive changes within our community, which we so desperately need. I strongly encourage the Planning Commission to once again support these positive changes by approving the plan in its entirety. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is Susan Moore. Susan, you are now in the meeting and you may begin your statement. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much. I want to thank the commission as well as the staff. This has been a very long meeting. Obviously, you don't believe in seventh inning stretches when people are here, but I think you deserve one. This is very important to the community. I am speaking as a resident in support of the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan, and I urge the Planning Commission to approve the plan that's before you. I could go on, but because of the time, I think everybody's just about said all of my sentiments. And I just urge you to let this family-owned business and who really owes much of their success to their dedicated employees, many of whom we've heard from tonight, move on with their plans, and they can be a real asset to the community, and let them serve our coastline community for years to come. I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak before the commission.
Thank you. Garrett, that was our last caller in the queue. However, I am corresponding with a few groups that say they have a number of callers who are dropped from the queue or who did not get to speak. We are trying to troubleshoot that right now. We have had a number, I would like to issue a reminder to the public, we have had a number of callers tonight who either called in from blocked phone numbers or from phone numbers that were not registered on the registration sheet. So please, if you are one of those callers, or if you think you could have been one of those callers, please call in, double check the number that you registered with, call in from that number, make sure your caller ID block is disabled, and please do try to call us again. But otherwise, we have gotten through everybody who is in the queue. An additional reminder, if you are in the attendee list watching the meeting in blue jeans, that is not how you speak. You do need to call in with the phone number that was given out at the beginning of this meeting.
So I'm going to suggest, it's 10:43 right now, I'm going to suggest that we take a 7-minute break, and whoever we can get back into the queue by 10:50 we'll take, and then we'll go from there. I see Commissioner Raskin, but go for it. Yeah, go for it, Ellis.
Yeah, why is it that we're not allowing people to speak anonymously?
No, that's not the issue. You have to have been registered, and the issue is that people have to be identifiable. The registration rule is in place. I have a problem with it, just like other people do. But under the Suspended Brown Act, the city is legally permitted to run things this way. I'm happy to report that AB 361, pending in the Assembly, will eliminate pre-registration, and we won't have this issue anymore. But you do have to be able to register somehow, just like you put in a shit. You can give a fake name, but you can't.
I understood. I got it.
But also, to the public, please, we've had a ton of public testimony. If you have something new to say, we absolutely want to hear it. If you are reiterating something that someone else has said, please say that.
Okay. So we'll take a break now till 10:50, and whoever's in the queue successfully by then, we'll take them, and otherwise we're going to keep moving. So we'll see y'all at 10:50. All right, it's 10:50. See if we can reconvene. Melissa, do we have, did we find anybody?
Yeah, we have a few that turned up. Not everybody. But
Okay,
we do have 3 new ones if you would like to begin.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. We have Lauren for Bernadette Vargas. And Lauren, you are now live in the meeting and you may begin your statement. Hello. Hi there, Lauren. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yes.
Hi. You may begin.
Hi. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Bernadette Vargas. Good evening, commissioners and staff. I am pledging my support and encourage the Planning Commission members to approve the Shore Hotel's request to modify its conditional use permit. I have been in business for over 14 years. I am a small business owner in the city of Santa Monica that, like the Shore Hotel, suffered the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and know of many others who have also either closed their doors or had to lay off employees due to the pandemic. The city relies on a significant amount of revenue from tourism, which has drastically affected the hospitality industry and small business owners like me. Despite being hit hard by the pandemic, I learned that the Shore Hotel was able to retain over 100 of their employees and allowed them to retain worker benefits, full worker benefits, when many businesses had to either close their doors or reduce staff. The proposed changes for the additional 14 micro hotel rooms, which would amount to 76 affordable rooms, 86 affordable rooms, upping the 72 by 14, and the addition of restaurants with bars within the existing space would help this local, family-owned business remain economically viable as it faces the hospitality industry's uncertain future. With your support and approval, it would allow them to serve our coastline community with affordable rates for years to come, allowing more public access to the underprivileged. Thank you for your time. Bernadette Vargas, Martha's Flowers on Ocean Avenue.
Thank you. Our next caller is Marissa Nunez. Marissa, you are now live in the meeting and you may begin your statement.
Hello, good evening, commissioners and staff. And as a resident and small business owner who employs over 150 people, it is really sad to see people in collaboration with Unite Here, Union, feeding our community a steady diet of misinformation about Shore Hotel in order to fuel pushback on the hotel's conditional use permit. These people are trying to vilify Shore Hotel through scare tactics designed to falsify and disregard facts. They've bullied businesses and employees for years. Just look at what they recently did in West Hollywood and continue to shamefully do here. Relentless in their efforts to cause negative impacts on a family-owned and operated hotel, which has generated millions of dollars in revenue for our city's general fund. They need to stop strong-arming and opposing businesses and people who do not wish to join their union. As a matter of fact, many testimonials by Shore Hotel employees clearly express they are thrilled with the benefits package, including a dollar-for-dollar 401k match, full health insurance coverage, and 100% tuition reimbursement. The Shore Hotel gives local scholarships and partners with nonprofits to help our underprivileged youth. I call on you as city leaders to support Shore Hotel, protect jobs, and protect our local businesses after this pandemic. By doing so, you are encouraging workers and supporting family-owned businesses to remain open in Santa Monica. La pandemia ha impactado negativamente a muchas empresas pequeñas y grandes, y es por eso que le pido a la Comisión que apruebe el proyecto de Shore Hotel. Es una pequeña empresa operada y propiedad familiar que ha sufrido los impactos de la pandemia. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you. Our next caller is Terry Hunsucker. Terry, welcome to the meeting, and you may begin your statement. Hi, Terry, can you hear us? You're live in the meeting.
Hello?
Hi, you may begin your statement.
Hi, good evening. My name is Terry Hunsucker. I've been a small business owner for over 30 years, and I am big in supporting for health of small businesses. Lakeshore Hotel recover from the pandemic. The Shore Hotels have served the community in Santa Monica for many years. They generate much needed tax revenue to the city, create local jobs, provide affordable access to the coast, and support low-income families. By hosting nonprofit community youth programs several times a year, as a small business owner, it's been extremely challenging to survive and to keep staff employed. During the pandemic, many businesses have closed or reduced their staff significantly. The Shores Hotels was able to retain 100 employees with full benefits. Please help this family-owned hotel to make a full financial recovery from the pandemic. Approving this item will allow them to continue retain entire staff and continue offering premier benefits and higher than the average wage. The Shores Hotel needs your support and approval through one of the toughest times this country's been through. I ask you, please approve them for this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Dylan Ariola. Dylan, you're now live in the meeting, and you may begin.
Hello?
Hi, Dylan. You may begin.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Dylan Ariola. I'm a stakeholder in the community of Santa Monica, and I also proudly serve this country in the United States Marine Corps. As a veteran, I am well acquainted with the term service. When the Shore Hotel opened a COVID-19 testing site in Santa Monica, they served this community. When the Shore Hotel provided meals through the food pantry during the pandemic for low-income families, they served the community. When Shore Hotel retained 100 employees with full benefits during the pandemic to help their staff, they served this community. Through the Shore Hotel's partnership with the Surf Bus Nonprofit Foundation, providing coastal access, meals, and rooms for low-income children, they serve this community. For years, Shore Hotel has generated millions in tax revenue, funding city services and serving this community. The Shore Hotel is not a luxury hotel. It is a small, local, most importantly, a family-operated hotel that provides affordable rooms and access to our coastline. Their plan will allow the hotel to use their rooms to host stays for educational programs several times a year, which will serve others, as I understand it. The pandemic has negatively impacted many local economies. That's why I am asking the Commission tonight to practice the smallest act of service by approving the Shore Hotel request. Your decision this evening will have lasting positive effects. Thank you for your consideration. Have a great night.
Thank you for your service.
The next caller is Carlos Solis. Hello, Carlos. You are now in the meeting, and you may begin your statement.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Carlos Solis, and I have worked for the Shore Hotel for 8 years. I was one of the few that was unfortunate to be in furlough during the hardest part of the pandemic. And the Shore Hotel paid insurance for myself and my family and not just to myself. And I am curious if several of these people that are calling in opposition have done something for somebody during these difficult times to help families to cope with the pandemic and the hardships. That is why I am asking the Commission to please approve the requested COP to the Shore Hotel. They are a family-owned and operated small business that has suffered through the pandemic, and that speaks loudly of themselves. They have been helping us to get well during these difficult times. Please approve the COP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Liliana Hernandez. Liliana, you are now live in the meeting, and you may begin your comment.
Good evening. My name is Liliana Hernandez, and I have worked at the Fairmont Miramar as a housekeeper for 8 years. I support the idea of providing affordable rooms, but not to allow the hotel to take advantage of the city to make the rest of the property even more expensive and exclusive. This hotel paid a $50 million fine for violating the Coastal Act. Do not reward them with luxury amenities. Please reject this proposal. And also to answer Carlos Solis about if we do something to help in others. I'm a proud member of Unite Here, Local 11, and they provide us more than 20,000 workers with health care benefits during the whole time of the pandemic. And also they provide us with food banks and many things that you can find in our web page of Unite Here if they want to know what we did during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Jerry Peck. Hello, Jerry. You are now in the meeting, and you may begin your statement. I think we just lost Jerry. Jerry, if you are hearing this, please call back immediately. I'm going to go to our next caller then while we wait to see if we can get Jerry back. And we have Edwin Mazariegos. I am sorry for slaughtering that one as well. But Edwin, you are now in the meeting, and please provide your comment.
Hello, good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Edwin Mazariegos. I'm calling in today to provide my support and seek your approval to please support the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan in Santa Monica. It will be a great benefit for the city and the people since we continue to generate revenue for the city and offer more jobs opportunities, and which are needed especially since so many people have lost their jobs during COVID and were faced with hardship. Thankfully, Shore Hotel was able to retain over 100 of their employees. They never closed their doors and was able to maintain benefits for all employees. This means so much, especially when other businesses had to close their doors or reduce staff. I would like to add this is a great company to work, and I'm very fortunate to work here. And it will mean a lot to myself and everyone in our department if you kindly please support and approve the plan. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And it looks like we have Jerry back. Jerry, welcome back to the meeting. It is your turn to provide comment. You may proceed. Welcome.
Again, my name is Jerry Peck, General Manager of Shore Hotel. I am calling in support of the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan and in support of employees, many of whom called today wonderfully, and for your ownership. My hotel has continually served our Santa Monica community by generating revenue to the city, creating jobs, providing affordable access to the coast, and has partnered with nonprofit organizations to build partnerships with community youth programs and public schools with limited budgets to increase education for children in underserved communities. The proposed plan will allow the hotel to use their rooms to host days for educational programs several times annually at little to no cost. The pandemic has negatively impacted many businesses, small and large, including ours. And that's why I'm asking the Commission to please approve the requested CUP for the Shore Hotel. They're a family-owned and operated small business that has been in Santa Monica for 30 years. They have suffered the impacts of the as well. The hotel will need the city to support its efforts to thrive by converting space, not adding space, converting space within the hotel into 14 additional rooms, a cafe with a bar and patio, and a restaurant. They'll be able to finally be inclusive for tourists and residents alike, rather than exclusive, serving only to guests. I hope you support this local business, family-owned, whose main aim is to create jobs, to generate revenue for the city, and that are good community partners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Chair, that is our last caller in the queue currently. I do have a list of a few callers who were with the Revitalize Shore Hotel group that said they were either dropped or could not get on. My solution is, should I possibly read the names of those callers who were not able to join and just simply state that they support the views of the Revitalize Shore Hotel group?
Without objection, that's fine.
Excellent. So the callers who we did not get to hear from tonight, but who were registered callers, were Bobby Zuniga, Diane Lewis, Emily Weston, Dionisio Keb, Gabriela Solano, Julieta Hernandez, Hector Gutierrez, Nicolasa Perez, Tyrion McDaniel, and William Garcia.
Thanks very much, Melissa.
Double check my list. I think I said Raul Saldana and Sonia Vasquez, just in case. But that is everybody who was part of the Shore Hotel revitalization group.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, it is now time for rebuttal. As a reminder, the applicant has 5.5 minutes, 3 minutes plus the 2.5 that were saved from the presentation. So, Mr. Farzan, Ms. Bonstel, you are up.
Good evening. I have a response to a number of the comments that were made. I'm not going to repeat anything that we've already said that were not direct responses, but there was a lot of clarification that needs to be made based on a number of these comments. The first is the amenities. It's very clear that adding a restaurant to an existing hotel where there is not currently a restaurant does not create a luxury amenity hotel. It's a basic service. Most limited hotels have restaurants, you know, Holiday Inn, Best Western, they all have small restaurants. In our project, the restaurant's only 800 square feet. It will allow guests to have food on site all day, and it's a basic service that should be provided to the 72 rate restricted units. They shouldn't have no services at all just because they're rate restricted. It does not increase the cost of the hotel rooms. There are other restaurants already on the property. There are a number of restaurants within a block. It will not create any kind of a luxury level. Also, the restaurant has no impact. It's surrounded on 3 sides by its own building. Nobody will be able to hear this, any noise from the restaurant. And the hotel rooms themselves have insulated doors and windows. And so the guests will be protected from noise by the restaurant. There's no spa. This is not a resort. It's not luxury on any standard. The massage use is an allowed use in the zone. So it means that all of the massage therapists that are coming to the site are coming from establishments that were not required to get a conditional use permit. They exist by right already, and they're already in the building. The second issue is that it's just good planning policy to adaptively reuse a vacant space on 2nd Street that has been vacant for years because the correct use is not there. Adding the micro units will expand the affordability and not decrease it because they will allow the space to have 2 and 3 beds in a room at the same restricted rate that apply to the other rate restricted rooms, but they're just larger and can accommodate families and traveling groups. It will activate the underused vacant space by having more eyes on the street and more people going in and out of the doors in the back of the building. It will also activate the street with a cafe, which is much more likely to survive if it's run by the hotel. The hotel doesn't have to pay third-party lease. It can have a much smaller margin a profit and still survive because it's surviving off of its own hotel use. And then it will provide, active seats on the street. But it does need the alcohol to draw in the outside pedestrians to come into the space. Number 3, code compliance. There was a number of comments that the project is not complying with code. The hotel was built exactly as approved by the city and as originally approved by the Coastal Commission in the ready-to-issue coastal development permit in 2009. It's fully complying with the city requirements now, and it's working as hard as we can to implement the Coastal Commission approval. The hotel currently has the affordable rooms on premises. If you go to the website and you try and book a room right now, you can get a room for $159 or $191, which are the moderate rates. And 4th, to clarify misconception about the approval timing, the project did receive approval from the city and the Coastal Commission before it demolished and constructed the property. And the new conditional use permit approved both the restaurant and the cafe. The commission approved these amenities as part of their CDP. There were a number of comments made by commenters that wished that there were more affordable units in the building, and they asked you to have lower amenities to create these, more affordable units. But the truth is that City of Santa Monica has an ordinance and allows, if you pay the mitigation fee, to no longer have to pay for the affordable rooms. And the applicant did pay that mitigation fee, and now the city cannot impose affordable room rates or limit amenities in order to have more affordable room rates. So this project benefits the community. It provides greater access to the coast with the micro units. It provides basic minimal amenities that do not negatively impact the community, and it supports youth groups with free rooms. So we request that you approve it as designed and as approved by the Coastal Commission. And we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just go down the road. We'll start with Commissioner Fresco if you have any questions. Let's make our way around.
Sorry, I'm getting my volume. Ms. Bonestell, so were you just saying that the small new restaurant would serve the affordable unit so it wouldn't be expensive? Is that what you were suggesting just now? Did I understand that correctly?
No, I made the comment that it's a very small restaurant, so it's not a luxury amenity that would create a luxury hotel just by adding a restaurant.
Well, the size of the restaurant isn't what determines its luxury. It's price point, really. But right. So you're not saying that this is a restaurant that the people who are in the 72 affordable rooms, it's more than 14, it's 72, right? But you're not going to provide a restaurant necessarily for them. It would probably more likely serve your market rate rooms. Is that it?
Well, the restaurant would serve everybody. It's going to, be open as a full service restaurant, and then it's also going to be open for room service. It's in a much more expanded rate than what's there now. Right now, you can only get breakfast. So if you're in any of the
that's not what I meant.
Anything besides breakfast, you have to leave the facility.
Okay, but you are committed to 72 affordable rooms, right?
Correct.
That part you are, because you have to be, and you're committed to a youth program that provides free rooms a certain number of times a year, right?
Right, correct.
And so is there a reason, since you're committed to it and you have to do it by Coastal Commission, would you put that in your project description so that the city can also look to enforcement and make sure on our own that it's all working out?
No, the Coastal Commission sets the rates and enforces it. And we are fully complying with the Coastal Commission. We paid the mitigation fee for the city, so the city has no authority to enforce.
Right, but if you put it in your project description, it's not according to our rules, but then we'll be able to. I'm trying to find a way to see if we can improve public trust and make a really transparent, locally visible way of making sure that this goes the way people want. So are you saying that you wouldn't put these conditions or a description of these features required by the Coastal Commission in your project description?
So in our project description, we state that we have 72 rate restricted rooms, but those rate restricted rooms are based on rates set by the Coastal Commission.
Right, but if you describe the project that way, we can make sure it still meets the description. So basically you're saying, no, you're not going to do it. It's really a yes or no question.
No, it wouldn't work to have both the city and the Coastal Commission having authority over.
Well, I'll discuss that part with our city attorney.
We're willing, whatever we provide to the Coastal Commission to approve these rates and these rooms, will provide the documentation to the city as a copy, but the city doesn't have the same authority as the Coastal Commission over.
I understand that. But,
I mean, we'll be as transparent as possible and show that we're complying, but there's no authority that the city has that's separate, unless you want to create one, in which case the city council would have to do that. But that's not part of your project.
Right, I understand what you're saying, and basically I asked a question and your answer was no, so thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
I legally don't think the city has the authority to do it. I don't have the ability to tell the city they have an authority to do something they don't have the authority. I'm volunteering to give you all of the information we give the Coastal Commission, if that's what you're asking for.
That's not the question. We have frequently volunteered commitments by applicants on any number of issues where it goes into the project description voluntarily, and therefore the approval of the project is based on that description, and to the extent that the project at a later date no longer matches the description volunteered by the applicant, that is a cause of action to revisit whatever permit has been granted under those conditions. Not the same type of enforcement authority. So what Commissioner Fresco, I understand her to be asking is, will you take your conditions from the Coastal Commission and insert them voluntarily into your city project description?
I thought she was asking if we would allow the city to enforce the rates.
No, that wasn't what I was asking. I was asking what he said.
So what specific conditions are not in the city approval by?
Right, so Nina, what do you want to add?
I want to add that there will be 72 moderate rate rooms, and that there will be a youth program that will provide free rooms however many number of times a year. That is part of the deal. And I would like to ensure that at least one of these eating establishments is affordable to the lower cost rooms. So it's a full service hotel for all of your customers and not just for the fancy ones. Those are conditions those are things that I would love to see you commit to based on all of the things that we would do voluntarily to put in the description, but that would be very comforting to a lot of people in Santa Monica.
So all of these obligations are already obligations under our coastal development.
Right. Well, I'm not asking you that. I understand that. I know we can't tell you how much to charge for your. I get all that. I understand that. It's a yes or no question, and I'm getting the no. I'll let you think about it, and I'll let another commissioner go.
Sounds good. Commissioner Lambert?
I have a question.
Yeah.
We keep going back to the affordability of the restaurant, and frankly, I don't think anybody really knows what that means. So I would suggest that somebody, I don't know if it's you or it can't be done right now, Holiday Inn Expresses have restaurants and bars. I've stayed in them. You might look at the menus of those. They're probably not as affordable, Nina, as you would expect them to be, but they serve a moderately priced hotel, which doesn't even have market rate rooms. I mean, so it's a $15 hamburger instead of a $25 hamburger. I just think that we're looking at a definition that we don't really know how to do.
Guys, let's focus on questions, and then we'll get into this debate internally.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what's your question, Leslie, because.
My question is, how do we define affordable restaurants? So
that's not a question for the applicant. That's a question.
Okay. Right. What's the question for the applicant?
Nothing. I'm so frustrated.
Right. And we'll have to come back. All right, Commissioner Pat.
I have a very specific question. Are the 14 micro rooms included within the 72 moderate income rooms? Are they in addition? Because there was comments to both.
They're included. So it's 58 plus 14 equals 72 total.
Okay. So if we did not approve the 14 rooms tonight, because we don't have a copy of the notice of intent to issue the CDP, which is actually very frustrating to me. Would you still be in compliance if you just had regular rooms that were moderate cost, or do they specifically have to be micro units?
They specifically have to include the 14 micro units and have the 2 to 3 bedrooms.
Okay, so that is a condition of your CDP.
Correct.
So somebody implied that you could simply just have 72 rooms that were moderate cost and still be in compliance with your CDP. And you are saying that that is not a correct statement.
Correct. We would have to go to the Coastal Commission and tell them that we didn't have the approval for the micro units, and then we would have to find a different solution.
Can I just jump in on that? It's actually a little bit more complicated, and this comes out of our meeting. Just to clarify, and Ms. Bonsdell, please confirm if this is correct. You're not proposing 14 rooms. You're proposing 34 beds and 14 rooms, because as I understand it, part of your settlement with the Coastal Commission requires moderate rate family lodging.
Correct.
If you were to create that lodging in the existing hotel room stock of the hotel, theoretically you could, but you would have to break down walls between existing rooms. And if we go back to condition 10 of the original STOA, you would have to come back to us for approval of breaking down those rooms, and then we'd be up against a situation with the Coastal Commission where we would be, as you point out, reducing the total number of rooms available in the coastal zone. Is my understanding correct?
Correct. Okay. And it's unlikely the Coastal Commission would approve that because it would be a reduction of rooms.
In room, right.
And so then because you are adding these 4 micro units, are you increasing the total number of rooms that was originally approved or no?
So from the city or from?
Yeah.
Yes, we're increasing the total number of rooms originally approved by 14 rooms.
By 14. Just making sure we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Commissioner Raskin?
No questions.
Commissioner Reese?
No questions.
Okay, so Ms. Bonsdell, I just have one question, and I want to make sure I understood you correctly. I'm not sure I would love it if you meant what you said. Are you saying that you're going to rent, so to speak, you're going to sell the rooms with more than 1 bed at the same rate as the micro units with 1 bed?
So there's a rate that is set by the Coastal Commission that applies to all 72 rooms. And it doesn't matter if that room has 1 king bed or 3 queen beds. It's 1 rate, and that's the maximum rate that we can charge for a moderate rate room.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so there will be family rooms available for essentially 1/3 the effective cost per bed, of
Right.
other rooms. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right.
And that's the intent of the family and traveling group size rooms.
Understood. Okay. Are there more questions? I don't see any more questions. Does anybody
So
have? before we go into-
I'm going to ask one
Go for
question.
it.
I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah.
Elisa, you had mentioned this, but maybe I'll respond. So, what is the acoustical arrangement of those 14 units? They're very close. They're 14 rooms. They're very close together. What are you doing to sound insulate those?
Okay, actually, the architect is going to respond to that.
Sounds perfect.
Sorry. So the rooms are insulated as a typical room between each other, and to the street, they are insulated with, of course, double glass, and for particular reason, we are actually using an inch and a quarter thick double glass instead of the typical 1 inch. It's not required. We can comply with an inch, but this is because of the owners and also the design review. When we had the design review, we wanted to exceed the insulation for the noise. And between the rooms is a typical insulation that has to be 50 STC as by code. We cannot avoid it. We need to comply with the code.
But I'm sorry, just to clarify, are you doing something extra in between the rooms or between the outside and the rooms?
No, we are doing something extra with the envelope, with the glass, to the outside. Between the rooms, we have no choice. We have to comply with the 50 STC minimum. We have to, which is the minimum and what is required.
So nothing extra inside?
No, because we also, it is almost impossible to do more than 50 STC.
Impossible?
No, it's not impossible, but it's not required. It's not, it's
okay.
not.
You answered my question. It's not impossible. It's just not required. What you're
It's
saying.
not required. Yes, it's not required.
Big difference. Thank you very much.
All right. Are we ready? Okay. This matter is, I think we're done with questions. So thank you to Ms. Bonstell, to the applicant. The matter is now before us. I don't see any questions for staff. All right. So here's where we're going to go, and we'll invite Ms. Bonstell to turn off your video so that we are here. Okay. So let us now go in some order. We'll start with, can we just get into it? Is that okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Please. Great.
Yeah,
all right,
let's go one by one. Let's start with micro.
Yeah, we're going to straw poll everything, and I'm going to do my best to come up with all the options so we can straw poll it. Let's start with a straw poll on the text amendment to create the 14 micro units. Does anybody want to say something about that, or can we just go straight to the straw poll?
I have something to say.
Yeah. Go for it.
My one concern about being able to break down the ceiling height, downtown wide, city wide, for a hotel use has to do with streetscape and pedestrian things, and I was wondering if the commission would agree to a little tweak to that wouldn't affect this project, but would just in general, which is if there's parcels that have more than 75 feet of frontage, that they should have an active use on 25% of it. And that way we don't end up with just completely quiet, dead, long frontages that meet the so-called transparency requirement, but don't do anything for pedestrians.
Well, my only worry about that,
All right,
hear
Elisa, Jim. Yeah, let's go. Let's do Jim and then Elisa.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Jumped in. Sorry.
Yeah, Nina, that has been my, focus for 10 years of being on the commission is try to activate streets and try to make streets active. I'm just so concerned these days that active uses are typically referred to as retail, and the retail is getting hammered. We're going to end up with vacant storefront. So maybe if we can define active uses as more than just retail uses. So if they're lobbies, if they're community rooms, then I can be supportive of that. But I fear, that dead space.
I hear that totally. I just don't want it to be this weird semi-translucent glass thing that goes on for 100 feet,
Elisa?
I agree with Jim.
Yeah, I agree with Jim as well.
I do too.
Well, I got frozen. So what did you guys just talk about?
Well, I'll pose the question to staff, Leslie, so you'll know what you missed, which is, let's ask staff, is there a clause that we could add to the text amendment that would provide that for parcels wider than 75 feet, linear feet, a 25% active use requirement would attach, not limited to retail, so lobby, and other things could count.
So I just want to note that, just to jog the commission's memory, had extensive discussions about active use and the nature of active use on ground floor in the adoption of the DCP. There are very deliberate provisions in the DCP with respect to allowing non-active ground floor uses in mid-block locations. I just want to be careful that we're not dismantling all of that. What's being proposed here is not as simple as it seems. Within the code right now, hotels are a conditionally permitted land use. There's not a restriction like this, with respect to active use. I'm not sure how you distinguish an active portion of a hotel use, because if the primary use is a hotel, it's a hotel, not some part of a hotel. There's hotels all over downtown, right? That there are a lot. They exist already.
Let me rephrase.
Like the hotels that are essentially adaptive reuse projects for the ceiling heights, right? I mean, it's a very limited universe.
Right, but is there a way, because, so you added, in the supplemental, you added a clause basically saying, look, all of this is subject to building safety, right? Is there a way to add a second clause that basically says, all of this is, of course, subject to the DCP's active use principles? So that we would be explicitly calling out the DCP's active use principles, but not imposing no. Is there no way to do that?
I don't think it's necessary to say that. If the regulations are there, we don't need to state them again, because of course they would apply.
No, we're not. There's no exemption. There's no way in which this text amendment would override somehow the active use expectations for
No, all this text amendment does is this is just about design flexibility. It does not override any active use requirements, any of the permitted land uses. All of the special limitations in the DC table. I just don't want to have something that goes beyond the scope and purpose of what was.
Wait. Let me ask Jing a question. So what you're saying then, because I didn't go back and study everything, or I can't even remember now, it's so late. Help me though. So, but what I recall about the active use provisions that we went over was about corners and allowing housing on the ground floor on certain parts of downtown in certain zones, but not in the Bayside district, not on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Streets. And this project is on 2nd Street, and only the cafe is in active use, and people are sleeping in 3/4 of this frontage. And in this block, for this purpose, to me, that's acceptable. But if it were the whole thing, if these micro units extended the whole frontage of 2nd Street and they just accessed it from the other side of the hotel, that would not be acceptable to me. And they could still, based on the standards that I see, create certain transparencies that would meet the standard, because a hotel is technically in active use. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's concretize it. But let's concretize it, because what we've been told is that a non-hotel, a building that is not currently a hotel could become a hotel and then adaptively adopt this. So let's just say, for example, that the Banana Republic building on the corner of the Promenade and Wilshire, because we spent a lot of time talking about the frontage there a couple of years ago. Imagine that that building became a hotel and they wanted to put micro units on that ground floor. That is more than 75 linear feet of stuff. Would it be allowed or not under the current text of the amendment? I think Nina wants the answer to be no.
Well, let Jane answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, right now, a hotel, it just requires a CUP. There's no additional limitation about that. You can have anyone in theory could right now have a hotel with guest rooms on the ground floor. Anybody could convert an existing commercial space, provided they could meet those minimum, those ground floor requirements. So that is something that can happen now. What this is allowing, again, this is design flexibility to incentivize, allow a different kind of model potentially. But it's not any different than what the zoning code already currently allows. In terms of
would a
what
CUP, would a new hotel have to come back to us for a CUP?
Yeah, a hotel requires a CUP in the downtown.
So if let's just use my theoretical banana example, if they decided they wanted to become a hotel, Nina could, in the context of the CUP conversation, raise her concerns about the length of the frontage for micro units in the context of a CUP hearing.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that if someone were, and an applicant would propose that, I mean, I think staff would raise, that question as well. It's like, hey, can we take a look here? And
but would the applicant's attorney tell me, well, you can't actually require that because it's not in your code because we're a hotel and we
not how in Santa Monica.
Well,
I not to get into this argument, but it's a commercial use, Nina, in Santa Monica. So if you're concerned about the Housing Accountability Act, I don't think it applies.
Can I suggest, unless someone else has something they want to add, can I suggest a straw poll on the text amendment as recommended by staff? Ellis, is that a yes, or do you want to say something else?
I just want to make a quick comment for the record. As you all know, I take a scrupulous view of our duties under CEQA, and I'm not convinced that the environmental impacts of this have been adequately studied under the EIR for the DCP. I think that approving qualitatively different hotel uses in the downtown area could have a cascading effect on the availability of low-cost visitor-serving amenities in the coastal zone. And for that reason, I'm not prepared to support this tonight.
Okay. Anybody else want to say anything, or can we go to a straw poll?
Let's go to a straw poll.
Let's do it. All right. Can we just call a roll on the proposed draft text amendment as currently drafted?
Commissioner Fresco?
Come back to me. Let me think for a few more minutes. This is all going by so quickly.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes. You call me chair. Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Chair Landros?
Yes.
And back to
Nina?
Commissioner Fresco.
I'm just not comfortable. I'm going to vote no. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So that is at the moment a 4-2 on the text amendment. So now let's go to the 2nd Street Cafe. As I see it, there are 2 pieces of the conditional use permit. One has to do with the actual cafe use, and the other has to do with the service of alcohol. So let's take the cafe use first. Does anybody have anything they want to say? It is clearly an amenity under the current standards, according to staff, and I don't know that there's debate about that. So, you want to do a straw poll or speak? Leslie, go ahead.
Say something first. Yeah. I know the idea has been floated that it would be much cleaner, etc., if a tenant came in and applied for a CUP. And I strongly disagree with that. I mean, I can't imagine any tenant who is a good business person wanting to spend that kind of money and brain damage with the Planning Commission to get a CUP on a 500 square foot piece of property, particularly if he knows Mr. Tron. So I think that's really an unrealistic expectation with somebody in from the outside. So anyway, so I support it the way it is now.
Okay. Alice, did you want to say something?
Yeah, similar to my comments about the CEQA review for the text amendment, I'm not convinced that a Class 1 or Class 3 exemption is appropriate here. The coastal zone is an area of that's been recognized as an extremely sensitive environmental area, and we have an obligation under CEQA to at least take a look at whether projects could have an effect of displacing low-cost amenities and recreational opportunities in the coast. I think at the very least we have to take a look at this, and I'm not prepared to support this on the basis of a Class 1 or Class 3 exemption.
Anybody else want to speak to Jim?
I'm just skeptical whether there's going to be a cafe that works in the site. For 10 years, it hasn't worked. I'd much rather see them use this site as a hotel, which is not in front of us. So I'm on the fence at best, but leaning towards not supporting it.
Can I say something else? One other thing.
Leslie, can you wait? Leslie, let's hear from other people, and I'll come back to you before we have a poll. Okay. Elisa?
I'm having a hard time. I just want to respond to Commissioner Raskin's comment as it relates specifically to this piece of it, because I think that the original analysis has always contemplated that this would be a restaurant use, is my understanding. And so I don't think that there's a change in the project here, right? So I don't think that, again, I am extremely frustrated by this entire conversation, and I'm extremely frustrated by the 7 hours of public comment and the applicant presentation, and frankly the staff presentation, because the majority of what we heard today from public comment, and frankly partly from the applicant, is personal, and it's about whether or not we think that this applicant is a good actor or not. And that is just, it is simply not the standard under the findings that we have to make. And I'm really disappointed that there is not evidence in the record. And I'm not, Commissioner Raskin, I wonder if you agree with me that, there is not enough evidence in the record here either way, right? And there is not enough evidence in the record here for someone to say this is going to change the character or it's not going to change the character. I'm going to rant. I just need a 2-minute rant. I believe in rehabilitation, okay? I believe that when people go to prison and they are punished and they can come out and they can have a new life, right? And they shouldn't be stopped from getting jobs, and they shouldn't be stopped from voting. And similarly, this applicant was badly behaved. And I wasn't here for it, but everything I've read, they behaved badly. And you know what? They paid a really, really high price. And I don't know any client that would say, I'm willing to go back and pay a $15 million fine, plus a $2.3 million mitigation fee, plus a $1 million, $1.2 million to the city of Santa Monica. I don't think we're creating this precedent here. And I understand that the unions are pissed off it's not a union hotel. And I understand that the people who work there really like their employer. And I understand, right? But none of that is relevant to our inquiry about whether this is changing the character of the hotel. And I'm really frustrated by that. But I think with this little tiny issue of whether or not the cafe is going to need to be analyzed under CEQA, I think actually for this one, I think because it was analyzed originally as contemplated. But, I mean, there's part of me that wants to just say we should continue this whole damn hearing, and we should ask everyone to come back with evidence, and we should ask staff to go and look at other, I know. Sorry. We should ask them to give us a better understanding of this, and we should ask the applicant to come back, or might I suggest to the applicant, whatever happens tonight when you go to city council, that you think about getting some more evidence on the record, because it just isn't there.
Yeah. All right. Well, hear from, I see a couple of hands. Yeah. Wait, no, Ellis, I see you in the queue, but you're in the queue. You're not, Nina's going next. Then
there's a lot of me that thinks like, they would be able to come and have this cafe anyway, but I'm really having a hard time finding the evidence for any of it. Except for the microphone.
Nina, do you want to say anything? Because
I don't need to. I can't really say anything after that, frankly.
It's 11:46. I'm going to speak next. I am going to speak next because I haven't spoken on this yet. First of all, I join in Elisa's rant. Second of all, I want to say what hasn't been said, which is that I understand that there was an attempt for 10 years to put a restaurant in the space, but there was also pending coastal action for most of those 10 years. And for the record, it's no secret, I supported the appeal. I opposed the granting of the CUP to Mr. Trin's operation precisely because I didn't think the city should issue a CUP pending the resolution of coastal action. However, right, we're past that, as Commissioner Pastor pointed out. However, we're like 5 seconds past that. And so one other piece of evidence that I would like to see is whether or not this space is actually leasable under the original STOA to a third-party operator. And I do not believe, I'm going to say this really clearly, I do not believe that the year of COVID provides evidence about whether or not in a free and clear, regulatorily, resolved setting and some economic stability that this space is leasable or not. So if the applicant were able to come to us and say, look, we've shown this space to 5 different operators. We've tried a Starbucks. We've tried a this. We've tried a that. We tried the other. It is not working. We want to run it ourselves. I would be much more open to that application. But now I am not prepared. I am not prepared to support the cafe absent evidence that it cannot be operated under the terms of the original STOA. So that's where I land. I have Leslie and Ellis.
I'll tell you what, Elisa, thank you so very much. You said everything I've been thinking for the past 5 hours. I can't believe, and I am frustrated, that we are spending more than 10 minutes discussing a 500 square foot cafe with 9 seats. I'm flabbergasted. I think finding a tenant for this space is not my problem, it's the store's problem. And I think finding somebody who is stupid enough to come in and apply on his or her own for a CUP is an even worse prospect, because after watching what Mr. Tron went through, nobody will do that. So it will stand vacant. So again, I have absolutely zero problem with this cafe, and I think we should move on to more important issues.
Alice?
Yeah, just give me 30 seconds to respond to Vice Chair Pastor. I hear you. My concern with the CEQA compliance specifically is that there's been a lot of water under the bridge in the last decade. There's been substantial commercial and residential gentrification in the downtown area. And as you know, when there's a burden environmental resource, including low-cost visitors-driven amenities in the coastal zone, you have to look very, very carefully at each incremental and even de minimis potential impact there. And the standard is really whether there may be an impact, and it's our duty to investigate that, and that's why I'm voting the way that I am.
Okay, are we ready to take a straw poll? All right, let's do it.
If I may, I just want to remind the commission that with respect to anything that, by the time we update the STOA, with respect to anything that you do or do not support, you'll need to have that go back to the findings that you're being asked to make. So I just want to remind the commission to be mindful of that when you are making your determination, that it will need to be tied to the findings, either in the affirmative or in the negative for each component.
Sean, are we voting on the 9-seat cafe right now? Is that what we're doing?
We are voting on the cafe right now. Yes, we are.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
All right. So let's just have a roll on this, a straw poll roll call.
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes, because this is the active use I was just talking about before.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor.
I'm looking at the finding. Can you come back to me?
Sure.
Commissioner Raskin.
No.
Commissioner Reese.
No.
And Chair Landris.
No.
Unbelievable.
Back to Commissioner Pastor.
I mean, I think I'm going to say no, because I don't think there is sufficient evidence in the record, and Heidi, I'm going to think about that a little bit more and try to articulate it for the findings, besides my rant.
Yeah. I will try to articulate it more, and we have been advised that the STOA that exists is the STOA that exists, and that we need to be able to have, the staff has made it evidently clear that the burden is on the applicant to give us a reason, and that's my point. I am not making the finding because I have not seen a clear timeline that the current STOA is not working, because it was under regulatory dispute for the first period of time, and we've been in a bizarre period in the last period of time. We don't have a clear record that the current STOA is not working, so I can't get off the current STOA.
Can you guys explain what the evidentiary stuff it is you're looking for? I'm confused.
Well, for example,
right. I think Jim articulated it well, actually, which is like, I don't see any evidence that even if we approved this use, that it's going to go in and that it's going to work, and that it really is.
Yeah, I come at it differently. I'm not unsympathetic to that view. My view is we haven't had the first STOA hasn't been given an opportunity to play itself out in a resolved environment. But I can make the finding for the text amendment precisely because we've had a full conversation about what would be required to accomplish the affordable housing and lodging goals, and I'm persuaded that the text amendment is the best solution. It's the best solution for the city. It's actually the best solution for the city and the best solution for the future lodgers. Whether or not it's the best solution for the applicant is less interesting to me but it actually also happens to be, because they'd have to come back to us to knock down units. So I think and sure, it would be nice to have an independent conversation about what's the future of micro units in Santa Monica, but I'm guessing if we asked for that conversation, Jing would suggest 2026 is an appropriate year to have it. So yeah, I can make the finding. I can't make it.
Why do we care if it works or not? Why is that our concern?
Well, so Leslie, let me I think this is the finding that I'm having a hard time with, right? So If this was a totally new proposal, I think I would feel differently. But the existing STOA has a long, detailed, findings about that this is supposed to be lower cost accommodation, and that this is supposed to preserve access to the coast, and that this is supposed that is in the public interest, health, safety, convenience, general welfare. And it is the applicant's burden to come to us, right? It's fine for me to say, well, I've been to a Holiday Inn and I've been to a Red Roof Inn and they've got cafes, so it must not be an issue, right? But it is their burden to come to me and say, this is why these new proposed uses do not undermine the intent of the hotel, which was to have low-cost accommodations, to not make it into a luxury hotel, preserve access to the coast. So I'm not necessarily saying that doing those things will create a luxury hotel or it will stop access to the coast, but I'm saying they haven't met their burden of proof. And I understand you're shaking your head and you're like, well, of course, hotels have to have restaurants. Yeah. I get it. But they haven't met their burden of proof.
The burden of proof being that what they're proposing would not jeopardize there being a moderate rate hotel, even though the majority of rooms are market rate.
Correct, because that was the intent of the original STOA within which we are working. And again, if it was a new use, I'd feel differently. And let me be very clear, for my reason of these findings, it's not because they were a bad actor. It's not about
that. Can we move on for this? I mean, can we move on to the restaurant?
Yes.
There's no point talking about alcohol since we're not interested in approving the cafe. So let's go on to the restaurant. Anybody have anything they want to say about the restaurant? Alice?
Yeah, I reiterate my comments regarding the CEQA exemptions. And let me just say for the record, too, I'm not making these findings or taking these positions in any way because of who the applicant is. I think that, anyone who's seen any planning commission meeting over the last year knows that I take our city's obligation very, very seriously. And that's why I'm voting the way that I do.
Okay. All right, let's take
I'll also reiterate my comments, and I think you guys have listened to me talk for 5 hours. This has been a very, very hard. I'm really troubled by it because I do think we should have restaurants. I do think I do think we should support small business. So I'm really having a hard time here.
I just want to know what you would need from the applicant to prove that this restaurant is not going to be a luxury hotel. Result in a luxury. What kind of evidence would that be?
It would be in the project description.
I'm serious. What would the evidence be?
I'm serious too. I think it would be information about other low-cost accommodations and what types of amenities they have, right? And I think it would be information about, I really could go down the path of to say, well, this has to be sort of affordable and market rate, comparable to other lower cost hotels. I think it would be information about what happens around the coast and other places. And again, if this was a new approval, I would be thinking differently.
It's what?
Yeah.
If this was a new approval, I would be thinking differently. If there's a different I would be thinking differently.
That's right. I'd be thinking the same way. No, I'm sorry, but this, let's pick up, let's take it seriously. This idea of rehabilitation. We heard a lot of testimony about, how marvelously this hotel behaves. That is I'm, glad that people are happy. But I will say it, I'm uncomfortable getting letters from people saying, this applicant gave us so much money, therefore you should approve their permit. It's totally unrelated. And if this hotel, which has the history that it has, wants to get discretionary permits that depend on a degree of goodwill, we have to be able to make the findings. And one of the ways that we're going to be able to make the findings is if that hotel lays down a track record of having behaved correctly with respect to the permits that are before the body that's approving them. So, if I'm saying no to a cafe today, I want to be, from my perspective, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. The word quasi means something here. We have policy from the city. We have a legislative record on the purpose of this parcel and what was supposed to happen on this parcel. And if we start to see things happening on this parcel relative to land use that are in line with city policy and with the goals of the DCP and the use of this space, then come back and have the conversation with evidence of the type of facility, the type of public accommodation that should be there. But we are not there now. I do not see it. I do not see a track record that is, that lends itself toward that kind of a finding. And so I can't get there because as far as I'm concerned, adding that kind of a restaurant and entertainment facility would be profoundly changing the character of the hotel. And I am not convinced that the low amenity hotel obligation was extinguished by the payment of the affordable lodging fees, because I make a distinction between affordable lodging and amenities.
And we got
Those are two different categories.
Okay.
I kind of feel like we maybe have more evidence that these amenities don't really mean that much already, because this hotel has already moved out of this affordable, moderately priced, low-priced hotel range without them. So it didn't need them, and it's really all about the discretion of the hotel owner and their business model. And, so for me, I think about when we have inclusionary housing, and we talk about how in some ways it's really cool that low-income people can live in these really fancy buildings and have all this fancy stuff around and still pay rents that they can afford. But then there's also kind of a corollary problem that goes with it, which is that they also can't always afford to go to the grocery store in that neighborhood where all those fancy apartments are. And, I've been looking at these hotel rooms like inclusionary, affordable hotel rooms, and I'm kind of working through that thought here. And if you are paying $150 a night for a room because that's your price point and that's where you're at, but the hotel restaurant is going to charge you $15.50 for 2 scrambled eggs and a piece of toast, that might be, or $27.50, I don't know. But, there needs to be a full provision for those lower priced rooms in this place for it to really meet the standard. And that is not something we can legislate. I don't know if the Coastal Mission can legislate it or require it, but, they did what they did. And so I feel like I need a commitment or an understanding that we're really providing a facility, a place to stay that is usable and beneficial and provides that great holiday for the people who need to find rooms that cost $150.
Shall we have a straw poll?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Wait, what are we voting on exactly at this moment?
The restaurant.
The restaurant with the dancing, or just the restaurant?
Yeah. Well, let's start with the restaurant. If there's no restaurant, there's no dancing.
Not necessarily.
Okay, well, let's start with the restaurant.
Commissioner Fresco?
My vote is really, before we vote, can we just ask our attorney about if we really, how much we could put that really would make a difference for the applicant to consider in their voluntary project description, which would provide a commitment to us as well as to the Coastal Commission without our having, well, you say it. What will it do, if anything?
If the applicant voluntarily agreed to put some language in the project description that would, for instance, somehow create a situation where the restaurant or the cafe were affordable, is that the question?
Right, or commensurately affordable to the rooms.
To the rooms. So if it became part of the project description as you know, then, and it was operated in a manner that was inconsistent with the project description, then code enforcement would if we received a complaint, then code enforcement would probably investigate that in order to determine whether or not it was being operated in compliance with the entitlement that was issued.
And Heidi, so convinced that you couldn't have a condition of approval that said, the restaurant must be sort of market with other, hotels with rates of 125 to 170, I don't know, something like that.
Right. I mean, if you I can read from the code. You are definitely have discretion within the code to add conditions to conditional use permits, so long as, let me go back to the exact language, that you deem necessary to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare and secure the objectives of the general plan and the ordinance, and may also impose such other conditions as may be deemed necessary to achieve their purposes and to support the findings of approval. So, obviously there are limits on that, but if you feel that you can tie a condition to the findings, essentially, based on the evidence before you, then it is within your discretion to impose that condition.
So you're saying we could put a condition in that would make the restaurant commensurately priced with the rooms?
I think we would want to make sure that was adequate. I would ask you to create a record to adequately tie that condition to the findings that are before you and the evidence that you have received this evening. Yes. And I will also say that I've not seen that happen here, as Ms. Yeo already explained. That's not something that you have generally done. And right. I do also, and I think we have been kind of sometimes kind of slipping in and out of the distinctions here, but the lower cost accommodations, the rooms themselves, that is a term of art under the Coastal Act, and that is the Ordinance 1516. With respect to that's the city went through a process to adopt Ordinance number 1516 that specifically only applies to the city's coastal zone. That is the mitigation fee that the applicant paid, which was an option for them under the original CUP. The limited amenity discussion that you are having is really tied into the overall approval for the project, and as you have been looking at the current condition number 10. So I just want to make sure that we're staying clear on the differences between those two concepts, because Ordinance number 1516 doesn't actually talk about limited amenities. It talks about the actual affordability of the rooms, and that mitigation fee has been paid.
I see.
So let me ask, can I ask my fellow commissioners a question, and then I may want to ask the applicant a question, which is, would the commission support for either or the cafe or the restaurant some type of condition? And I would actually want to have some discussion with the applicant about it. I'm not sure I'd want to just totally legislate it from the dais about that.
I would.
Well, I just want to.
Well, I'm going to jump in here. I want to jump in here because I'm very concerned. First of all, it's not clear to me as the city of Santa Monica, like speaking from the perspective of the city of Santa Monica, that we have any authority to say anything about price controls. It is, it's not at all clear to me. And we have not received evidence. Nobody submitted example menus from low-cost hotels showing the range of food options that are like, we don't have anything from this evening that gives us a leg to stand on to write a condition. I don't believe we have that.
Well,
and I don't think we can.
If I can just, the reason we're having so much trouble is that, like with the last text amendment, Ellis and I were both voting against it because it was just really geared towards this one thing. But this is really the right kind of text amendment. This is a text amendment that is making possible a new idea that we hadn't imagined when we wrote our zoning ordinance. And this is a new kind of use and a new way of using space that we like, and that needs to come with a bunch of other things which we're not defining in our code right now. What we're doing instead is we're trying to find a way of approving this project so that it's a good example of this new idea, but without the code to back us up. That's kind of
I can't do that tonight. I can't do that tonight.
That's why it's such a mess.
Sean, I just want to remind you, you're absolutely right about price controls, because I know that commercial rent control, for example, is illegal under state law. So I don't know how exactly we would justify limiting the prices on a menu.
Yeah,
right.
No,
I don't think we can. So can we go? It's 12:12. Can we go to a straw poll on this? The restaurant.
Yeah. Commissioner Fresco?
Well, if there's more of a commitment from the applicant in the project description, I will change my vote, but as it is now, I would say no.
Okay.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes, because waking up in a hotel room with no place to eat breakfast is a very, very frustrating thought.
Commissioner?
You can get breakfast there, by the way. I'm going to vote no. I guess this discussion, I hope the applicant, perhaps it is helpful to them, because they're going to end up at the city council either way, no matter what we do tonight. So perhaps some of this will be helpful for the next step and getting to yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Commissioner?
No.
And I'm a no. I can't hear Jing for some reason, but I'm a no as well. For the reasons I've stated, I'm just still stuck on the existing condition 10. Does somebody want to bring up the dancing separately, or can we move on to what's actually before us, which is the massage?
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Let's move on. Okay, so I want to say something about the massage, if I can. I really have trouble. I've read condition 10 over and over again. I've discussed it with staff. I can't make the findings to approve this as an amenity, because I just don't see it as an amenity under the language in condition 10. I don't know why it's before us. So I'm going to vote no, because voting yes would imply that I think it's an amenity subject to the review of the Planning Commission. And I can't get there. I don't understand why it's before us, given that massage is permitted retail use and that there's no construction, there's no build-out happening here, there's no land use associated with the proposal. If they were asking for a massage studio, it would be a different answer, but they're not. So that's why I'm a no.
Sean, you can already do it. They can already get.
That's why it's
crazy.
Yeah, it's overreach I'm sorry, but I find it overreach. Yeah. Commissioner Raskin?
Yeah, I'm going to vote no for the reasons previously articulated with respect to the CEQA exemptions. I'll note for the record.
Wait,
that,
what does CEQA have to do with massage? Please tell us.
Can't believe it.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Look, this is something that could potentially have an effect with respect to the provision of low-cost visitor-serving amenities in hotels and other coastal recreational amenities in the coastal zone. Look, like I've said before.
Unbelievable.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Elise, I didn't hear what you just said, but
I'm asking, is that a CEQA issue, like in terms of land use consistency, or is it really a issue?
Yeah, it's a land use consistency issue. It's consistency with land use plans and regulations that specifically call out the protection of low-cost visitor-serving amenities in the coastal zone.
Okay, thanks. And I just want to understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this, or can we go? Let's go. You know what? I do want to say one thing for the record, which is the point was made at some point about having control over who accesses guest rooms. And I think if an applicant wanted to demonstrate that they were concerned about control over who accessed guest rooms, they would have a policy about who could go up and sign in. And, there are ways to control access to guest rooms, and that we've not been presented with evidence that there's an actual problem. So absent that, it's not a reason. I'm just going to add that. But since I don't think it qualifies as an amenity under this condition, under condition 10, I'm there.
So you're voting no. You're voting no based on that.
I'm voting no based on that. Yeah.
So you just think that they can go ahead and do it, and they don't need to talk to us. Is why you're voting no.
I think they need to talk to staff. The staff issued a performance standards permit for the car rental agency. I think that sets a precedent. I also think that the fact that there is no use, so there's no land use question. I'm not saying that somebody doesn't need to review this. I'm just not convinced that it's us.
Okay, well,
I think I agree with.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, because there are lots of things where if it's a staff, like in the landmarks ordinance, there's a staff approved things, but if it's a bigger thing, if it's part of something bigger, like even when we see minor mods or whatever, and it's part of a package that includes other things, then it comes to us so we can look at it as a whole. So I think saying no because you don't think we should see it is not. You should vote on whether you think it should be there.
I don't think it should be before us, so I'm voting no.
Okay, fine.
But if we vote yes, that's okay too if it shouldn't be before us.
Right? Vote however you want to vote. That's where I've landed on the principle that we should be regulating what we should be regulating, and this is on the principle that we should be in our lane, and that.
Yeah, we left our lane a long time ago tonight.
No, Leslie, Lane left us last week.
Oh, you did.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Okay. All right, let's vote.
Commissioner Fresco?
I'm going to say yes to massage.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
I'm going to say yes to massage. I don't really think it's a land use issue. I don't. Whatever.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Commissioner Reese?
No.
And Chair Landers?
No. So that's a tie. All right.
So it fails, right? It would fail.
It fails. It fails. All right. So here's where we are. It's 12:19. We could proceed right now to a motion to approve the text amendment and to deny the CUPs. That's where we are. That's where we've landed.
Chair?
So we're
no move.
Yeah.
Can we just
Hang on.
clarify that, so you did a straw poll on the text amendment. Did you also mean that to also be a straw poll on the CUP for the micro hotel?
I have another comment about that.
Is everybody okay with the CUP for the micro hotel?
Yeah.
That
Not
goes.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, for
Not
L.
Commissioner. Okay, all right. Yeah, but it'll be a 5-1. Yeah.
So the motion would be to recommend approval of the text amendment, to approve the CUP for the micro unit hotel, and to deny the other CUP.
Correct. Is there Ellis?
Can we just do separate motions on the text amendment and the other aspects of this? Because I would vote no on the basis that I don't support the text amendment. So I think it might be clearer if we split those up.
We have to. I'm gonna do that. Okay. So can I ask for a motion on the resolution of recommendation related to the text amendment?
Yes, I move that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so moved by Pastor, seconded by Reese. And we have a roll call on the recommendation of resolution related to the text amendment.
Commissioner Fresco?
I can't remember. No, I voted no because of my other.
And I always change your mind.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to remember all of the things.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Chair Landers?
Yes. Okay, can we, for the sake of argument,
I make a motion.
I was going to ask for a motion. The CUP for the micro hotel only.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
I have some little issues.
Hang on, there's a second.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Pastor, seconded by Reese. Go for it, Commissioner Fresco.
I wanted to add a tiny word to condition 16, which
Okay.
I'm not turned to it, but in my notes it said that in condition 16 that you can't combine rooms and to make larger single rooms, and I just wanted to clarify that you can't combine or enlarge existing rooms, just to kind of keep the frame of reference in the space the way it's been. And then the other
Where
thing
are you?
This is
the same thing.
Yes.
I don't have a condition 16 that says that.
Scott, where does that go? I've discussed this with Scott. Was I looking at the old STOA?
The old STOA in condition 10 says no combining of rooms.
Hold on, I have to look at the staff report to find it now.
Okay. I have a question for staff while you're looking.
It's new condition 14.
Oh, thank you.
Is that what you're looking at? It says additionally combination of rooms to create larger rooms.
Right.
Yeah.
Or multiple rooms.
Yeah.
Suites. Is
I wanted not just combining, but just enlarging, like moving things around.
Is that so? Enlarging or enlargement of or combination of rooms?
Aren't they the same thing?
No, because if you have a room that's like on a hallway and you're making the hallway smaller, you're not combining rooms.
I think it would read additionally enlarging, combining, or combining rooms to create larger rooms or multiple room suites.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then,
Is that friendly to the maker of the secretary? Yes. Great. Okay. And then?
I wanted to add a monitoring condition that for 5 years, the TDM monitoring report and a copy of the Coastal Commission monitoring report for this project appear annually on the Planning Commission agenda as an information item, so they're available to the public.
Friendly to Makender and seconder?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, great. All right, so can we go to a roll call on that piece of the CUP?
So I think to clarify, this is one CUP, not multiple CUPs. So I would advise you to actually make a motion for the CUP in total.
Oh, okay. So I move that we approve the portion of the CUP for the micro-unit hotel as amended by Commissioner Fresco, and then to deny the balance of the CUP. Is that acceptable, Heidi? To make it easy?
Yes. Yeah, so you have draft findings that actually approve all of the amenities as well as the micro hotel. They're all listed in the draft STOA, and then as staff amended show that they were amended in the oral staff report. You are required to make all of the findings, obviously, in order to approve a CUP, which means if you are to deny a portion of the CUP, then it means that you cannot make at least one of the findings. So in order to demonstrate, that why you're denying the project, there needs to be at least one finding, that you cannot
But
make.
aren't we approving in part and denying in part?
Yes. So
Yeah.
I think we need to understand which of the CUP findings are not met for the portions that you are denying, right? So for the amenities that you're denying, it doesn't meet one or more of the findings, and so we just need a record of what those findings are that it does not meet.
So for the reasons that I previously articulated,
It looks like I'll let Lisa do it. She's better.
For the reasons that I previously articulated about the lack of evidence in the record that the proposed amenities there's no evidence in the record that they would not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, and general welfare. And because they do not, it is in the general as described. Really hard to do this from the side.
Lisa, can I help?
Described in the original STOA, it is in the public welfare to provide low cost and moderate rooms, and that there's no evidence in the record that the amenities will comply with that intent.
Okay.
Can I make it a little simpler?
So
Wait,
again,
I'm sorry.
I
Can I
would
just
be-
simplify? Wait, hang on. Can I simplify? We cannot make finding D at all. Finding D says nothing about the micro units, and it is all about the hotels, and it is about the land uses presently on the subject parcel, which are conditioned by the existing STOA. So we cannot make finding D, and we cannot make. We may not be able to make finding E for the same reason. If
So
you're
you're
looking
saying
for,
You're saying that the additional amenities would not complement the existing hotel uses previously on site, nor would they further the provision of affordable visitor accommodations?
Is that all one motion?
and arguably in finding H, we would find we cannot state that the proposed use and related project features would not be detrimental to the public interest, because we have previously established that that this parcel is intended to be a low amenity. The public has an interest in this parcel being a low amenity.
I really have to leave, you guys. I can't take any more.
Okay, we're almost done here. Okay, Heidi, is that good enough?
So I just want to make clear that it wouldn't necessarily be for because the coastal commission has the jurisdiction over the affordable hotel rates. of the rooms at this moment, right? So I just want to make sure it's not tied to that piece of it. What you're saying is it's tied to the limited amenity piece.
Correct.
Okay.
We're saying that they have not overcome the burden. I mean, what we're really saying is they haven't overcome condition 10 in the original STOA. But if you're looking for explicit references, it's finding D, finding E, and the public interest portion of finding H.
Okay.
Alice?
I just want to say quickly for the record that I'm going to be voting no on the motion for the reasons previously articulated, and that I'm not supportive of the CUP or the micro hotels.
Understood. We lost Leslie, so let's vote.
I'm not sure I understand where Ellis stands tonight.
He's sitting.
I'm joking.
He's kidding.
Let's go.
Let's vote.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Chair Landris?
Yes. All right. I think we're going to, so that passes, which is to say that we have approved the micro hotel STOA, the micro hotel CUP. We have not approved the restaurant, cafe, and massage CUPs. I think the STOA is going to have to come back to us.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of unraveling to do.
I'm not ready to
Can we? Is that true, or do you have a STOA ready for us?
I'm not ready to act.
We are not ready for a STOA free.
Okay. All right. Let's go to 10A. Is there anything? What?
I just have to say for the record, I mean, we have a legal obligation to make findings at the time of taking action. I'll just make a standing objection for the record that I don't approve of the process of coming back with STOAs later.
Nobody does. I had a conversation with staff about this over the weekend, but we're where we are because the STOA was written in a way that it's really hard to unravel these pieces, and it's a decision that was made by staff, and we're responding to what was there. So
I mean, this is going to make a mess of appeal times. That's
right.
I know it's 12:30 in the morning, but if there's any way that we can tonight, I think
if you could give us some time to work on some, if we could take a brief recess, we could work on some language and put it up on the screen. I'm not sure how long it would take, but we could work on some.
I think that I don't think it's a usual for staff to work on the findings very fast.
I'll be sound asleep.
And the appeal starts tonight. Whether the action was taken by us tonight, so they have to appeal within days of tonight, not the STOA.
Yeah, right. But we have to support our decision by findings, and if we're not making findings tonight, then how can we support our action?
We articulated them. We articulated them. They're not specifically written, but we articulated why we had problems with the findings.
Folks, it's 12:30. Ellis, your objection is noted. We will bring the STOA back on August 4th. The applicant is free to appeal this decision, or anyone else for that matter, is free to appeal this decision. I'm sure it's not going to get heard by council before August 4th. I'm certain of that. So let's keep moving. Your objection is noted. We're going on to item 10A with respect to the housing element. I believe that we heard the most important pieces from David at the beginning of the meeting. Is there anything that anybody wants to say about 10A?
Thanks, staff.
Thanks, staff. Exactly. I will just observe for 10A that I saw an article that the city, there's a big landmark building in the city of LA that's being converted to affordable housing, and it looks awesome. It's adaptive reuse and affordable housing, and really cool. Item 11, we have written communications an article shared by Commissioner Lambert. We have no registrants for public input. So with that, barring any other objections, I'm going to suggest that we adjourn. Shall we? Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.